So welcome back, everyone. This is Committee of Adjustment, City of Toronto. This meeting is in accordance with sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended. I'm going to introduce the panel members for the afternoon. We have myself, Larry Swartz. I'm the chair. On my left is Ms. Casson. On my right is Mr. Fazeli. Remotely is Ms. Sankar. Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances, lawful non-conforming use, extensions or alterations, consents to sever property, and create new lots. Acknowledge the land we are meeting on is traditional territory of many nations, including Mississaugas of the Credit, Anishinaabe, Chippewa, Haudenosaunee, Wendat peoples. It's now home to diverse First Nations, Inuit, Métis people, and it's covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Today's hearing is a hybrid format. Some participants joining in person, others are virtually by WebEx. It's streamed live on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel for public viewing. Participants joining virtually will be muted on entry, unmuted when their item is called. Please keep your devices muted until you're called to speak. If you're participating by video, you'll be temporarily upgraded to panelist status during your speaking time. Attendees must submit a written request for a copy of the decision by email if participating virtually. If you're in person, then please submit if you want a copy of the decision sent to you. If you disagree with the decision, you may be eligible to appeal. There is TLAB, which is a Toronto local appeal body, and there is also, in limited circumstances, the OLT, Ontario Land Tribunal, but there are limited rights to appeal because of changes to the Planning Act. Each speaker, including applicants, will have 5 minutes to address the committee. Please stay focused on the application and relevant matters. Committee may defer applications that have substantially been revised to assure accuracy and proper notification. We'll proceed by calling each item in order, possibly with some modification to the order to assist in the administration of justice and public efficiency. So, just wanted to check and see if there are any declarations of interest by panel members, or I think there are declarations of interest, are there?
That'll be at the 4 o'clock, Mr. Chair.
No, we're not. So there are no interests. That's good, thank you. And do we have any deferral requests for the 2 o'clock?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are no deferrals at the 2 o'clock time slot.
Okay, thank you. All right, so let's call our next one, which is, check on this. Number 9. Number 9 is 77 Glentworth Road. Is a proposal to construct a 2-story side addition, front porch extension modification to existing rear deck. We have before us arborist report, a councillor letter, forestry report, letters of support, ravine report, staff report, 2 staff reports, and TRCA reports. The staff recommend that the application be deferred in their report. We've got 3 variances. So again, this is to construct a 2-story addition, front porch extension, modification to existing rear deck. 3 variances including north side setback, south side setback, proposal platform encroachment. You see here we have no residents appearing, but we do have the agent for the applicant. Is that agent on the line? Yes, okay. So
I am on the line.
okay, so please state your name, state your address, and please tell us if you made any changes before we get rolling.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner. My address is 193 Rowe Avenue. And yes, I do have some changes.
Okay, so let's deal with those
please.
first quickly, if we can. So
Okay, Sure. I'm first eliminating variance number 1. I am modifying variance number 2 as per the request of staff, and I am changing the 0.89 meters to 1.0 meters. That's variance number 2. And I'm also going to take it a step further, and I'm going to eliminate variance number 4 as well.
Variance number 4, okay. I think, I may not have gotten all the variances here. Let me just pull it up and make sure I've got all of them in front of me.
I believe you may have been referring to the original hearing notice,
Probably.
which was deferred.
Got it. Okay, let me just, I don't know. I want to make sure everybody's got, I probably referred to the original notice. I want to make sure we've got all the variances. So you're modifying variance 4. Is everybody following that on the panel, what he's done, or do we need a repetition? If everybody else follows it, I'm just prepared to let him go ahead with his 5 minutes. I'm presuming everybody needs to hear it because there have been some modifications. Do we need to hear it? No, we don't need to hear it. Okay, that's good. Let me just check because we have a video person. You can, if you need to hear it, you can tell me, because the people on my right and left say they do not need to hear it. Yes, okay, so we don't really need your full presentation, Mr. Agent. You've got, the panel has nodded their heads from side to side or shook their heads. They don't need to hear you. All right, so unless you feel burning need to explain what's going on, I think they understand the changes you've made. Do you want to keep going, or can we go into committee? What would you like to do?
Okay, and it's not a burning need, but just in a very quick nutshell,
Yeah, sure.
just so everybody's aware, the planning staff, now that I've made those modifications, planning staff has no objections, TRCA has no objections, RNFP has no objections, all neighbors are in support. I believe there's a bunch of letters on file, and that's all I'd like to say. Thank you.
All righty. Okay, and the counselor report, I think she asked for a deferral. That's gone, that's no longer applicable.
Well, like
She was
exactly
asking
what
for the
her,
changes, right?
she was actually asking for some clarification
Okay.
for one of the variances, variance number 3.
Okay.
She felt that there was not enough information put forth on the letter that was distributed, like the hearing notice that was distributed. She felt that variance number 3 needed clarification, and that was the reason for her deferral.
Okay.
In my opinion, it's as straightforward as always, as any other variance.
Right. And so then the negative staff report, you're saying you've made all the changes that they recommended in their staff report?
Correct.
Okay. Panel is satisfied. We don't need to hear them. Okay. So you're done, are you, Mr. Agent? We can go into committee. You don't have anything further you need to say, do you? I don't have any more questions. I don't
No,
think anybody has questions. All right. So that's great. Let's go into committee. Turn to my fellow panel members looking for a motion.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, if there are no comments from my other colleagues. Okay, so I'm ready to forward a motion
Thank you,
to
Mr. Patel.
approve the application as amended. The following amended, the revision is to eliminate variance number 1, variance number 2 change to 1.0 meter, and variance number 4 has been eliminated. So I believe the changes make this application desirable, and there are no conditions, and there are satisfaction based on the changes for the committee planning report. Therefore, I feel this application meets the 4 test.
Thank you, Mr. Fazeli, and We need a seconder on that. I see it from Ms. Casson. Unless there's anything anybody else would like to say, put it to a vote. All those in favor? And I see all hands up. Congratulations to the applicant. The matter is approved. And we are on to item number 10.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Item number 10 is 188 JOICEY Boulevard. Is to construct a new dwelling. This application was deferred on June 20th to address variances. We've got 2 forestry reports, 2 letters of objection. We've got 12 variances. They deal with such things as minimum front yard setback, rear yard setback, north side yard setback, rear deck encroachment, and so forth. All right, we do have a resident somewhere who is going to speak. We have the applicant's agent here somewhere online, I presume. Can we put them forward, please? Hello.
Mr. Chair,
Hi there. You're the agent for the applicant, are you? Are you there? And can you state your name and address?
absolutely.
Hello.
For the public record,
I can't hear you.
I'm with GLENFOREST Associates, the
You've got an
registered
audio
agent on behalf of the owner.
Okay, let's start from the start because we couldn't hear you until just now. State your name, state your address. Please. Hello.
Sure. So let me start again. So for the public record, my name is Stephanie Matviva with GLENFOREST Associates. I'm the registered agent on behalf of the owner. The address of GLENFOREST Associates is 10 Cambridge Garden Circle in Mississauga, Ontario.
Great. Have you made any changes to your application since it was last provided?
We have not.
All right. Okay, so you have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. If I could just ask if the previous presentation that was provided in support of the June hearing could be brought up. Perfect. Thank you very much. If I could go to slide 2. Yeah, that one. Thank you. The property before us today is municipally known as 188 JOICEY Boulevard. It's located in the North York area of the city. It's located on the north side of JOICEY Boulevard, west of Avenue Road. It's located within an established residential neighborhood of the city. If you look at the surrounding context, it's well situated within an established neighborhood. The neighborhood itself can be understood as being comprised of various residential dwellings of varying size and architectural styles. This contributes to the neighborhood understandably having an evolving and what can be understood as an eclectic character. The lot itself is a corner lot, so that gives rise to some unique circumstances and unique opportunities. If I could have the next slide. The application before us today is for a replacement dwelling. Sorry, just thought I heard feedback there. So the application before us today is for a 2-story replacement dwelling. From a zoning perspective, it is interpreted as being 3 stories. This is due to the lot having a change in grade of elevations, as well as where the location of the existing driveway is located. So from the street and JOICEY Boulevard, it can be interpreted as being a 3-story dwelling, which is why there is 1 variance related to this. So again, just to highlight, the proposed replacement dwelling is generally situated in accordance with the existing dwelling that's on the property. The subject site itself is currently improved with a 1-story detached dwelling. It is situated away from the Avenue Road streetscape. So the proposed dwelling has gone to great lengths and great care has been taken to try and respect that existing relationship with Avenue Road. It's also been informed by the existing building patterns that are present within the surrounding area, as well as previous decisions that have occurred within the surrounding area as well. So without further ado, if I could have the next slide, please. This is just an overview. I have no intention of reading them all. But the proposed dwelling before us today does trigger the need for 12 different variances. The variances are related to a number of aspects, including but not limited to reduced setbacks, the permission for additional building height, additional building length, as well as additional lot coverage, and a rear yard porch that extends from the interior living space. If I could have the next slide, please. Thank you very much. So just very quickly, on screen before us today are the proposed elevations. The one on the top left is technically the south side elevation. This is the elevation that would be visible and has a relationship to JOICEY Boulevard. The elevation on the bottom right is technically, again, the north side elevation. So this would face the property immediately to the north along Avenue Road. I'd just like to highlight a few things while we're on this elevation. There's a general absence of windows or openings. So this allows for privacy and overlook concerns to be mitigated. The rear deck is also visible there on the left-hand side of the elevation. If I could go on the next slide, please. Now, in terms of the relationship with Avenue Road, the image on the front elevation, so again, from a zoning perspective, your front yard is along Avenue Road. So on the left-hand side of the property. So again, the relationship has been designed to be maintained. So while there are some windows and openings, it has been set back from the streetscape. This allows opportunities for additional landscaping and plantings to occur, as well as preservation of a privacy fence along the shared property line, especially to the north. On the right-hand side is the rear elevation. So this would face the westernmost property line. The rear deck is visible there. Just in terms of the overall design, so the rear deck has been planned and designed as a logical extension from the interior living spaces. There is a staircase and there is the deck area that would make it directly accessible from the streetscape. Just like to highlight, the owner would be amenable to an approval condition that would allow for privacy screening and privacy treatments to be provided to again allow for additional privacy screening to be installed.
5 minutes are up? Yeah, so your 5 minutes are up.
Happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Other questions? No questions? No questions online. We got a resident here somewhere? On the phone? Okay, let's put the resident up.
Yes, you do.
Okay, state your name, state your address, please.
Yes, my name is Gary Langdon. I live at 123 Felbrigg Avenue, 3 blocks south of 188 JOICEY. I'm a director of the South Armor Heights Residents Association, otherwise known as SARA, and 188 JOICEY is situated within our association boundaries. We submitted a letter of objection on June 13th identifying our concerns with this large build relative to the lot size. We're also in agreement with the owner of 289 Avenue Road, the property to the north immediately, that this application will have negative impact on her property and her enjoyment of it. I just want to focus on 3 variances in particular. Variance number 1 requests a west side yard setback of 8.46 meters versus 10.71 meters permitted. Our understanding is that this would result in the new build being closer to Avenue Road than all other buildings on that block, breaking the established alignment fronting Avenue Road. So our comment is this good planning? Is this a precedent that the committee would genuinely like to set? And I just want to do an aside now. The agent had indicated that this property was west of Avenue Road. It's actually east of Avenue Road. Variance number 7 requests a deck area of 7.17 square meters versus the permitted 4 square meters, which is 79% greater than permitted. This is going to impact the privacy of 2089 Avenue Road immediately to the north. Our comment is to what purpose? The applicant has cited efficiency in her application, or the agent, I should say. And lastly, variance number 10, a major issue, requests a lot coverage of 40.6% versus the maximum permitted of 35.0%. To us, this is a real outlier versus recent approvals in the area, which have typically held to the 35 to 38% range. So our comment is, where does the committee draw the line between what the regulation is, what is acceptable versus what is being requested, and why does the applicant need to go to 0.6% lot coverage, which is much higher than what currently exists in the neighborhood and recent applications? Those are our concerns, and thank you to the panel members for your time.
All right, thank you. Panel members, questions of the resident? Seeing none, we give a chance for rebuttal to the applicant. Again, you must please address solely those comments made by the resident. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I do just want to quickly touch on the 4 aspects that were raised by the commenter there. In terms of variance 1, the front yard west setback towards Avenue Road, I do acknowledge that it is a reduction versus what is permitted. As demonstrated on the site plan, while the home would be situated a little bit closer to Avenue Road than what is current existing conditions, this is one aspect that was collaboratively discussed with city planning. We did take a comprehensive look at surrounding decisions. Reduced front yard setbacks are a common feature within the surrounding area. So I do acknowledge the concern. Again, great effort was made to situate the home to provide sufficient setback from Avenue Road, as well as trying to maintain a consistent and compatible character along Avenue Road. In terms of the deck, yes, it is an additional deck area that's being requested. Again, this is consistent with other homes in the surrounding area. It is a bit of a unique circumstance in that it is technically elevated. Rear yard decks or side yard decks are features within the surrounding area, so there was intentional effort to mimic existing features and other attributes that are found in surrounding area properties. Lastly, in terms of lot coverage, again, this is an aspect that was collaboratively discussed with city planning. So the application before us is actually a revision from an initial design that was done intentionally to try and minimize and reduce the amount of the variances requested. I would highlight that the requested lot coverage of 40.6%, while it is an increase over existing permissions, is consistent with existing building patterns and previous approvals. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Panel members, question to the applicant? Seeing none, let us go into committee. Okay, so we're into committee, and maybe we should have a little discussion, unless people, I see nodding, yes, discussion. Ms. Casson may have a comment or two maybe to discuss. Well, I don't know. You looked like you had something good to say, or bad to say, something to say.
I'm happy to start the conversation, Mr. Chair. I think this lot is a bit unique. I'm very familiar with this corner. Although it is bringing the building closer to Avenue Road, there are a number of houses north of there, and it's kind of to me, the impact is more on whoever's going to live in this house being closer to Avenue Road from a traffic noise point of view, and I really don't have a problem. It's not that far forward. They are proposing a 2-car garage, which I think adds to the depth of the house that they're proposing. Parking in this area is very limited. There's no on-street parking, and so they are trying to accommodate their parking on site. So all of the variances are they're significant, but they're also accommodating a new house on the property, and I don't have that many concerns with the ones that are proposed. So I'll see if my colleagues have any other comments.
Comments from other colleagues? Panel members, anything? Okay, so I heard and I agree from Mr. Fazeli. I suppose that means people are ready for motion, and since Ms. Casson has articulated her position, nobody is discussing otherwise. Why don't you turn what you said into a motion? And we'll go
Okay.
from there.
So through you, Mr. Chair, I'm prepared to move a motion for approval. I think that the application has considered the context, being a corner lot, the relationship to the property next door, not having windows along that frontage. I think that neighbor should appreciate it. There's a lot of activity on the south side of the street because it's a Bruno's grocery store. So again, I think in a way the building provides a bit of protection from for the neighbor to the north for their garden area. So I would add a condition about privacy panels. I will say 1.5 meters in height on the north and east sides, I believe, of the deck, just to ensure that there is no overlook, because the deck is fairly high off the ground. But otherwise, I think the application can be considered minor, and I think it meets the 4 tests, also subject to forestry number 1, condition number 1.
All right, so we got the motion. Let me just confirm on the, so we got a forestry condition. This is item number 10. We had some objection, but we don't have any staff reports, just the forestry report. Okay, so it's motion to approve subject to the forestry report. Mr. Fazeli is nodding in approval as a seconder. I don't know if there's any, I see hands, so let's put it to a vote while people's hands are up, and it looks like it is approved. So congratulations to the applicant, and let us move on to item number 11. So item number 11 happens to deal with 45 Sutherland Drive. It's to construct a partial rear 2-story addition, new covered side entry, a rear deck. This was deferred on June 6th. We have a letter of support. We have letters of support. We have a staff report, and the staff report asks for some changes. We have 6 variances: building length, floor space, index, lot coverage, rear yard, soft landscaping, and so forth. The staff report asks for variance number dealing with following variances: maximum lot coverage on variance number 3, and minimum rear yard soft landscaping on number 4. So the staff report is recommending some of the variances be refused. All right. So this is item number 11, and I believe we have 1 agent and nobody opposed to that. Is that right? We got an agent somewhere on the line. Put them forward, please, and state your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Eldon Theodore from MHPC, 7250 Weston Road, Suite 230, Woodbridge, Ontario, representing the owner and agent.
Okay, so just slow down on your name. Maybe say it again because that was a little fast. Your name?
It is Eldon Theodore,
Got it. Okay.
partner at MHPC.
All right. Any changes since you made your submission?
Yes, Mr. Chair. So since the original submission, we modified the proposal. We reduced our building coverage from 54.55% to 48.79%.
Is that
we
reflected in
increased our
the
soft land.
is that just want to? So I
Yes, it is reflected in the current variance going
in
forward.
the current variance, but I'm more because we'll start your time soon. But the staff have an issue with variance number 3 and number 4. Have you made changes there to those 3 and 4?
Yes,
Oh, okay, so
yes, I started talking about the first one.
sorry, I didn't quite understand. Maybe let's do that again.
So we have made changes to the coverage and soft landscaping. We reduced the coverage from 54.55% to 48.79%. That's reflected in the variance before you. And we've also increased the soft landscaping from 38.9% to 40.5%. Again, that's also reflected in the variance before you.
Okay, so
I'm happy to go through my presentation that focuses on these two variances because they're the matters of interest.
yeah, so I think you're going to have to go do a presentation, but item number 3, the proposed lot coverage, let's just key on that number. I have 48.74, is that right? And that was what is in your, that was what was in your application, right? I mean, you may have changed it since the
That's
previous time, but you haven't changed it since this time, right? You're at 48.74, and staff still had a problem with that, right? Unless I
That's
read the
correct.
wrong staff report. Right, okay. And staff still have a problem with item number 4, which is the rear yard soft landscaping, which you reduced from your previous one, but which is still at 40.50, and which staff still have a problem with, right? You have not changed them since the latest staff report, or am I wrong? Am I missing something? You haven't changed anything from this application, or am I wrong?
From the current staff report, no, Mr. Chair,
Okay.
that is what is before you
Okay,
today,
so
and I'm
there's no
happy to explain
changes.
why I
There's
believe they're
no
appropriate.
changes then, really, from your there may be a change from your previous application, but there is no change since the staff recommended refusal on those variances. Okay, so I
That is
think that's
correct.
clear. So I think we need to hear from you on your presentation, even though there's nobody here in opposition, the staff were in opposition. So why don't you go ahead and make your presentation? You've got 5 minutes.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. And just for context, since that last deferral, we met with staff and we explained the presentation that I'm giving to you today. And that's not reflected in staff's recommendation as to our rationale as to why we believe it's appropriate. I'm happy to share that now. If we can go to slide 7. So the bylaws requirement for maximum coverage is 35%. And we note that staff had noted that they believe that our coverage is excessive. But what was not recognized is that, and what was not acknowledged is that the building in fact exists today at 42.5. That's the existing coverage today. So the increase that we're seeking right now is only a 6.24% increase from the existing condition, which is very small change, but it's a recognition that the proposal as it exists today, the house that exists today, is already not in compliance with 569/2013. And it's only amounting to what is effectively a rounding out of the building form, mainly at the flankage facade, as you see in blue there, squaring out the bay windows and an enclosing of a second floor area on the north facade. These variances simply facilitate the minor expansion of the dwelling, primarily at the flankage side, which is right now just open patios, and really has no impact on the abutting neighbors in its current location. If you can move to the next slide. The other variance, as it relates to soft landscaping, the minimum requirement is 50%. And staff had noted their concerns as it relates to the number not being consistent with the pattern of the neighborhood and not providing opportunities for stormwater infiltration. And again, what was not acknowledged was that the site soft landscaping exists today at 22.6%. So this application in itself is actually increasing the amount of soft landscaping on the site. And in fact, close to doubling what currently exists today. which in itself is improving the infiltration of stormwater on the property. As you can see in this slide, this is the current situation with the hardscaping. And even with the hardscaping, my client in this rear yard does have trees planted in the rear. If you go to the next slide, what you'll see is a difference between what exists today at the top and what's being proposed tomorrow, which is effectively removing the hardscaping elements in lieu of more soft landscape on the site to help improve the site and improve the soft landscaping conditions. So I would, just to conclude my points on this, in my opinion, this meets the 4 test. This is simply a rounding out of the massing and improvement of soft landscaping on this site from the existing condition. There is no unacceptable adverse impacts. We have no neighbors in opposition. We have letters of support on this application. And I'd ask the committee to consider our application for approval.
Okay, thank you. Panel members? Panel members, questions? Questions of the applicant? Nobody's asking questions. Okay. Well, maybe you already talked about this, but I just wanted to clarify, like you've had discussions with the residents, right? You now have their support for this. Is that my understanding? That's correct, right? You only have
That's correct, Mr.
support.
Chair.
You don't have any
Yes.
letters in opposition. Are the residents who are adjacent to this property, are they in support as well?
The residents, I believe in discussions with my client that they do not object to our application.
So they don't object. Okay. All right. I think that's it then.
And in
Let's
fact, the residents adjacent to our property also have a high level of hardscape in their rear yard as well. So it is a very similar situation within this neighborhood, a house that predates the current bylaw and its soft landscaping requirements.
Okay. All right, let's go into committee. Turn it over to you, panel members. Discussion.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to start the conversation. I think in this case, I do not agree with the staff report. I think it's an arbitrary numbers exercise that was carried out. And when you look at the context of this neighborhood, and it's an existing house, which they're proposing to fill in, add on to some areas that are already existing on the house. The biggest impact of the addition is on the south side, which faces a street, so there's no impact on an immediate neighbor. And from the soft landscaping point of view, as the applicant pointed out, the existing soft landscaping on the site, I think, is 22.6%, and they are proposing to increase it to 40.5%. So I think it's a reasonable application. I think it meets the 4 tests. I think that given that it is an existing house, they're improving on that for the benefit of the residents. It improves the area. And as we know, this area, if they have a concern with anything in the area, they will show up and complain. So, not complain, but they will make their comments known. So I think that's a testimony to the fact that it's not having a big impact on anyone. And I think it is minor and meets the 4 tests. So I'm happy to move a motion to approve. But if my colleagues want to jump in, they're welcome to.
So before we have this motion, we've got a Mr. Fazeli.
No, I'll second that. This
Okay,
motion.
so we've got a
Yes.
motion. Is that a motion then? Yes. Okay. So Ms. Casson's motion and Mr. Fazeli seconds. I welcome any debate on this motion. I see hands already raised, so let's go all in favor of that motion, or I see, yes, all are in favor, so it is approved. And congratulations to the applicant. And we will now move on to the next one, which is item.
Thank you, members of the committee.
You're welcome. And now let us move to item 12, which is, item 12 is 23 Didrickson Drive. It's to construct a new detached dwelling with an integral garage and finished basement. So it's also being deferred. We've got 2 letters of objection. We've got 3 forestry reports. We've got 3 variances. They're lot coverage, east side yard and west side yard. We have only a agent, no other parties registered to speak, so let's turn to the agent. Where is that agent? Are they online?
Yes, sir. Ali Shakeri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
Okay, do you have any modifications to your application before we get going?
No, it was deferred because of the inaccuracy of the public notice, and now the one that is before you is accurate. The variances are dropped from 5 to 3 variances only. We don't have the height variance anymore, and the coverage variance, which was wrong on the previous notice, now is corrected. I have no further comment, but happy to answer any question.
Okay, so just the question, we had these letters of objection before. Are those still good, or what's happened with those objections?
Well, I am unaware of like what's the position. I see the letter, and I understand that they're not present. If you want me to explain these variances, I would, but these variances are very minor and very frequently granted in the area. But if you wish, I can go over the variances.
Well, I don't know if we need to go that far. I think those letters came in before. Did they not? Like, there's a new one in here? Well, maybe if you could just, I don't know, let's look at my panelists and see if we need a full-blown presentation or what the appetite is for my fellow panelists. Otherwise, I'll just ask you about do we want a presentation? No, we don't need it, but we're going to ask you a few questions, all right? Ms. Casson, do you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You'll get your 5 minutes if you feel you need it, but I don't think the panel really wants to hear the full, but they'll just ask you some questions, and you'll get to decide if you really need 5 minutes after that, okay?
Well, out of respect for everybody's time, I'd rather just answer the questions.
Okay, let's do that. Ms. Casson.
So, thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. Question regarding the forestry advisory memo. Have you read that? And if you could just respond to what forestry has a concern with?
Well, I see the forestry that has no objection. The one that I see has urban forestry staff have reviewed the application and do not object to the approval of the proposed minor variance. That's the one I see. Is there any other than that?
There is an advisory memo dated July 23rd, 2024.
Okay.
It's
So yes, there is a tree. My client is in contact with the forestry to see how that tree is going to be either it's going to be removed or kept. But they are they have filed the application basically, which is usually the condition of the committee. So they have already met that condition. So they are in contact with the forestry regarding that tree. And at the moment, they have no objection to the approval of this application because there is an application filed already with the forestry.
Thank you.
Do you have any other questions from Mr. Fazeli? Were you itching to ask a question? Or?
No, it's more about, through you, Mr. Chair, it's more about same comment from a colleague, because there's no objection. They mentioned there's no objection. At the same time, they say urban forestry has no cause to oppose or recommend against the request of variances. It's fine. Just that if the applicant is aware that, because there's the comment, the advisory comment I just read is the rear deck should be redesigned. It says if they deny you. We are just wanting to know if you're aware of this, because if they deny you, this is kind of advisory they have for you. So are you okay with that?
Yes, sir. We are fully aware of that. I read that report. The tree. There are possibilities that the tree can be retained, and they're entertaining that possibility. It's a dialogue between the arborist, certified arborist, and the urban forestry. That's as much I'm aware of, and I'm pretty sure that we are fine with having that. I mean, even if you want to impose a condition which is not requested, but we are aware of that.
Yes, thank you. That's all we wanted to hear, that you're aware of it or not. Thank you.
Yes.
Just in terms of, like, I go from what's posted online, but it looks like there's actually 5 variances. Am I correct? Are there 5 variances here? No, 3. Okay. I reduced it down to 3. Good. And what about the letter of objection? So there was one letter of objection that came in relation to this. I'm not sure. There is a letter here, but I'm not sure if that's, like, I'm going from our package. It's not dated. Just from the applicant's perspective, I think, was this 21 Diedrickson? So the next door neighbor, even though they're not here, maybe you could just address their concern a bit, just so that we have it for the record before we dive into how we're going to deal with this.
Yes, sir. That's I think that's the old one. The recent one, I think there is no address on the new one. I'm unsure. I think there was one. I saw 2 letters of objection. This one is the old one,
Okay.
and there is a new one that doesn't have any address. But I have submitted some support material if you wish to see, like similar approvals, even smaller side yards have been approved in the area. That's what we did as like a case study to make sure that we are not setting a new precedent, which indeed we are not. And the lots are not that deep on Didrickson Avenue. That's why we have a little bit of reduction on the side yard so that the house doesn't get too long. Basically, that's from the planning aspect. If you just, I mean, staff can display that supporting material that is submitted before. You can see many of the approvals in the close proximity, and we believe that this is very minor, very much in keeping with many other 50-foot lots that are going to the Committee of Adjustment these days, and some of them are getting approval for a smaller side yard. So that grounds, we are basically thinking that this is where we believe that this is minor. We hope that you feel the same way. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So Nadine, you had your hand up. I'm sorry, I don't always see.
No, I'm ready for a motion.
Okay, you're ready. Why don't you make the motion then, Ms. Sadkar?
Yeah, I think it is pretty self-explanatory. I saw the letter of objection, and even if it were current at a 1.53, I don't have a problem for that within this neighborhood. The forestry comments were just advisory, and so as such, you know, there was nothing noted on file that should warrant us to look at this even further at this point in time. At this time, I make a motion to approve as is.
Okay, we're in committee, and just in case I never said that. So the motion is made in committee by Ms. Sankar, and I look to a seconder, and I see everybody try to second it, but I see Mr. Fazeli first. Okay, unless there's any debate on that, all in favor? And everybody is. So congratulations, it's approved. Now, we move on to the next item, but the next item we are going to do will be, so we go from item 12. Now bear with me here. We're going out of order for a minute. I think we're going to, what item are we doing? Item 14. Item 14. We're going to do item 14 before item 13, if I'm correct, because we have a person here in person on item 14. Is that right? Item 14? Okay, so we're going to take item 14. We're jumping ahead. We're going to hear item 14 first out of, we're exercising discretion to move item 14 ahead of item 13 in the interest of expeditious hearings, okay? So let's deal with item 14, and then I will be back to, what are we, item 14,
Hello?
and then item 13, right?
Hi, are you hearing me? Do you
Right,
hear me?
who are you? You're the applicant?
I am Nilufar Baradaran, applicant.
Okay, so before we, just hang on while I introduce this, okay? Item 14 is 159 Glenforest Road. Proposal to construct a new dwelling. We've got a forestry report. We've got 5 letters of objection. We've got 6 letters of support. We've got a staff report. And we have 10 variances, including building depth, floor space, platform encroachment, canopy distance from the east side yard lot and lot line, and a few others. We have planning staff recommendation, which is modifications to modify variance 7, 8, and maximum floor space. So let's go back to you, the person on the phone who is the agent. Introduce yourself and state your address, and then I will ask you some questions. Then you will present. So
Okay, my name is Nilufar. My name is Nilufar Baradaran, and my address is 7167 Young Street, Thornhill.
7167, not 76. I think we got it wrong on the record here. All right. So before you get going, do you have changes to this application? Any changes, particularly any?
Yes.
Okay, what are they, please?
I removed variance number 5, respect to neighbors' concern, and also improved the number 7 and 9.
Okay, what have you improved them to?
7 improved from 53.63 to 60%.
60%?
And number 8, yes.
Yes. Number 8?
Number 8, side yard setback improved from 0.224 to 0.3 meter.
Okay, so you improved 7, you improved 8, you removed 5. What about the maximum?
And also 9, number 9.
9, okay.
Roof side setback again improved from 0.24 to 0.30.
0.3. Okay, let me just see.
I think this one must be, the variance may be removed because already 0.3 meter is allowed.
So you removed 9.
I'm not sure. I think it's better to remain. Maybe the zoning issue, I am not completely sure, but maybe.
So you're going to keep 9, but 9 wasn't a concern of the staff anyway, because I think once you reduce it.
Right.
Okay. What about the maximum floor space index? Has that changed?
Actually, it a little bit changed because when we reduce the side setback, this one is caused that reducing the FSI. But the main thing is when they said 1.09, including the basement area, when you exclude the basement area, it comes to less than 79%, which has been approved by the planning staff.
7.79. So effectively, like so staff said that should we approve this, that the following condition be imposed. So if we impose that condition, that's basically you're saying that it's not a problem because you're now at that amount anyway. Is that right? If you
Yeah,
don't
they
include the
they
base.
told me as long as it is 79, less than 79% without basement area is okay.
Right, and I think that's, well, I'll leave it to, I'm not gonna pass judgment. I'm gonna let my colleagues deal with that. But effectively, are you saying, and this is before you do your presentation, are you saying now that you have complied with all the staff recommendations for
Yes.
7.9, and also you're basically saying that you're in agreement with the floor space because they said 0.79, which was excluding basements. So you're okay with, yeah, you're okay. But
Yes, we did agreement with the planning staff already.
Yes.
okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just to clarify, for variance number 2 that you are mentioning excluding the basement, you said it's going to be lower. Do you know the numbers? What would be the number?
The number of what?
For variance number
The
2, the
percent.
proposed, yes, the floor
Oh,
space index,
yeah, variance number 2.
excluding.
So what has happened with?
What is the number? Do you happen to know? It's close to that, close to 0.79? Because you mentioned less, I just
Yeah,
curious.
it is 78%.
70.
78%
Okay,
now.
okay. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
0.78.
Okay, so effectively you've changed that one too, which would be number 2. She didn't make change it to, but it's. Okay, but that's what the staff recommended. Okay. Okay, so we got that out of the way. I think all the panel understands your changes. I understand them. So if I understand them, they must understand them. So let us move forward with your presentation. We have some residents here. You have 5 minutes. We understand the changes
Okay.
that you've made, I think, but go ahead. You'll have up to 5 minutes to explain your proposal.
Okay. I'm presenting a new 2-story house and are requesting approval for 9 variances. I believe are minor in nature and maintaining the overall intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. Variance number 1's depth is 18.91 meter. Although their length is 17 meter, the depth exceeded because the depth is measured from the required front setback, which is 3.61 meter, whereas our front setback is 4.78 meter. It happened because we needed to retain the front of the house at the existing location to protect a large old city-owned tree in the front. Variance number 2, FSI, we already talked about that. Now it is 0.78% without basement. Number 3, a porch side setback is requesting 0.51. Number 4, canopy, the same setback we are requesting for that, 0.51. Number 5, removed, related to the deck, and we don't have this variance anymore. Number 6, front yard landscaping, we are requesting 45.63%. Number 7, front yard soft landscaping, improved to 60%, as I mentioned before. Number 8, side yard setback was 24 centimeter, or now improving to 0.3 meter. And the roof side setback the same, improving to 0.3. Number 10, maximum side wall height. Our proposed side wall height is 9.68 meter, while 8.5 meter is permitted. Total increasing is 1.18 meter, includes a 0.3 meter parapet. It's happened because of style of the modern house. In overall, I think compared to other houses in the neighborhood, our proposed house doesn't significantly differ in size. We have maintained in the existing width of the house, and the length is 17 meter as allowed. Although the depth exceeds the limit slightly, we have made significant effort to protect and preserve city-owned tree on the street, reflecting our commitment and maintaining the neighborhood's nature, natural beauty and character. And while the sidewall height is slightly higher due to the modern style, there is no visible roof on the top that would make the house appear larger. Additionally, I want to note that the overall height is 10.5 meter, which is below the 11 meter per meter. So I think the design is appropriate for the development, and I am happy to answer any question you might have.
Okay, do we have questions? All right, I don't see any questions right now, but the neighbors are here, so you'll have a chance to rebut the neighbors. The panel members might have a question for you once they hear from the neighbors. Let's hear from the neighbors. We have two neighbors here. Do we have any neighbors on the phone, or are they just here? Just the two in person. All right. Okay, and well, I only see two neighbors here, and they're in person. There is nobody else, right? Just the two neighbors? Is there anybody else online somewhere? Okay. So why don't we hear from the neighbors? Why don't you come up to the podium? I'll hear from you in the order that you decide that you want to speak. Just state your name, state your address. And yeah, make sure the microphone's on. There should be a red light on.
I think I got it.
Is it? It is on?
Yeah.
Okay, try to speak.
On.
Try to speak as you can see how bad it is when you don't speak into the microphone. Nobody can hear you.
Yes.
Nobody can hear me. So why don't you speak into it and state your name and address.
My name is Tara He. I'm a resident and owner of 157 GlenForest Road.
All right. So go ahead and make your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes.
Would I be able to pull up my pictures that I submitted?
Well, the staff should have them, so just direct staff to your presentation.
Okay.
Does staff have the presentation materials that they?
I think it's attached to my letter. If you just could go to the first picture. Okay, I'm ready to start. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. I'm the owner of 157 GlenForest, which is the house to the west side. We are objecting to the increased depth of 1.91 meters, as well as the increased height of, I believe, 1.18 meters. We have two major concerns. The first concern is privacy. The proposed structure will be approximately 2 meters deeper than our house, and as a result, the proposed balcony will be approximately 4 meters deeper. The balcony will also be 2.5 meters above grade, which is higher than our existing fence. The depth of the proposed balcony will be around the same depth as our current deck. Our new neighbors will have a direct line of sight, not only into our backyard, but into the back of our house through our glass double doors. And this is a big deal for us. At the back of our house is our family room, where we spend the majority of the time. This is also where I breastfeed my baby. Being on a corn lot, we usually keep the blinds down throughout our house except for the back. However, if this structure is built as proposed, it will mean we have to close the blinds at the back of the house as well. Also, we have concerns that somebody standing on this balcony may have a partial view of our master bedroom, which is connected through glass doors from our balcony. We do not know of any houses in the area where a neighbor can see directly inside the house from the backyard. We feel like this is a severe invasion of privacy. If the structure was built within the existing bylaws, the balcony would not be as steep and not be as high, and our neighbors would not be able to see inside our home. Our second concern is sunlight. We currently enjoy sun in the mornings on our balcony and in our master bedroom. It helps to wake us up in the morning. If built as proposed, the new building would cast a large shadow into our balcony and master bedroom and decrease the utility of our balcony. The reason our balcony was built when it was constructed 19 years ago was actually, at the time, the Committee of Adjustments thought our structure blocked significant light to 159 Glenforest. Therefore, we are concerned that this proposed structure, this new structure at 159 Glenforest, will also block significant light to their eastern neighbors, 161 Glenforest. We met with the applicants last week to share some of the concerns, but we were unable to find common ground. The applicants did show us a shadow study of the proposed building. However, it only contained models between 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. when the sun is at its highest. We don't believe what we were shown is representative of the actual impact, which is greatest in the mornings and in the evenings. They also have a list comparing their proposed builds to other homes in the neighborhood. If we exclude properties that have larger lot sizes, such as ones in Tenton Park or south of Lawrence, there are no homes on that list that are both as deep and tall as the current proposed structure. As well, it's important to consider the context of where these new developments are happening. The proposed structure may be appropriate for a different lot, but not appropriate for this lot. In conclusion, if this proposed structure is built, it will change how we live day to day. It will significantly impact our enjoyment of home. Imagine not being able to open the blinds into your own backyard. One of the intentions of the bylaw is to limit impact of new buildings on neighboring properties. We feel like the impact of this proposed structure is excessive and out of the ordinary. Therefore, we do not feel the proposed structure is in keeping with the original intended purpose of the bylaw, and we do not feel that these variances are minor. I just wanted to go through some of the pictures really quick. So this is the back of my house, and you can see where the balcony is. Next picture. This is just to show the rear ends of our neighboring properties, and you can see we're all pretty much in line. There are some properties with increased depth, but they're a single story. Next slide. This is a picture through my family door into where this proposed deck balcony will be. This is actually a very similar view, even if I back up all the way to my kitchen. I just didn't want to show the inside of my house. But we are very concerned that they have a direct line of sight. And I don't think this could be mitigated by panels because they could see above the panels. Next slide. And this is a view of our balcony, and it just shows the morning sun. So we get quite a bit of morning sun in our balcony currently. You can also see the shadows on our balcony from the railings. So that would be
30 seconds left.
Oh, okay. So the proposed house will be 2 meters deeper than the edge of the balcony. I can end my presentation there. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Good. Questions?
Yes, I have a question for
Yes.
you. If the staff could just put that picture back, the picture for the deck that they were just showing, not this one, the one previous. So this one, this is the picture of your house, and this is your deck, right?
This is a picture of our house looking onto our deck, but the proposed balcony will be just over the fence, and it will be the floor.
Yes. So my question for you is that if you go to your deck, like where the barbecue, we can see it, right? How do you see the neighbors?
Pardon?
If you stand outside there, on the picture over there, right?
Yes.
And if you're looking at to your left, which
Yes.
is your neighbor, the applicant,
Yes.
how are you facing them in terms of privacy?
I'm sorry, I didn't I don't completely understand your question.
So if you're standing there,
Okay.
exactly, you see the picture?
Yes.
Okay, so you go there and you're doing your barbecue, right? And you're facing your neighbor. What is it in front of you? Are you able to see them? Sorry, are you able to see the neighbors? Like you can face their window or no?
So if I am facing the barbecue, currently the proposed structure, I am not able to see the neighbors, no.
So
But
it is covered.
It is because the fence is actually quite tall.
Okay.
However, their proposal, their balcony will be over the fence. Like they're essentially going to be standing on that fence.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I hope I answered.
Other questions? No. Thank you. The next,
Okay, thank you.
please. So please state your name, state your address. You'll have
My name is Tristan Carter, and our address is 161 Glenforest Road. I'm here to represent my husband and I. We are the neighbor directly to the east. I don't really think I can say it better than Tara, but I did write something, so I will read it out. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us to hear about our concerns at 159 Glenforest Road. We have concerns regarding the sunlight, as the height and depth of the build will block all of our sun at the end of the day, 4 to 7 p.m. when we're able to enjoy it. The flat roof is unique to other buildings in the area who do not have the same height and completely flat roof. There is one at the corner of Mount Pleasant and Glenforest. However, that one does not block the afternoon light to the east because it's the road there. The lack of sunlight to our backyard as a result of the aforementioned will greatly affect the green space in our backyard, which will have implications on drainage and will affect our property and put more stress on the storm sewers. The new build, due to the depth and proximity, will allow direct views into our home that were previously not existing. The balcony at the rear of the proposed home exits the home at approximately the height of our fence, which is 6 feet above the ground. In meeting with the homeowners, they suggested another wall on top of this made of glass, which would create a 10 to 14 foot wall between our two properties, which I believe is undesirable for anyone. The proximity of the new build is a safety concern, as it will be close to the property line at a significantly increased height. So I believe that moving it from 0.24 meters to 0.3 is still extremely close to our property. We have 3 children, 7 years of age and younger, that played in the side alleyway of our home. Our concern is that if something were to fall off the roof during construction or after, it'd be falling from an increased height there, and due to the proposed proximity to our home, it will fall onto our property and potentially injure one of our children. We have 10 windows on the west side of our home and 1 on the east side of our home, 2 in the basement, 6 on the main floor, and 2 on the second floor. 7 out of the 8 windows on the main and second floor enjoy direct natural sunlight and will subsequently be changed to no direct sunlight by the height and depth of the new build. The design of this build, with its proposed proximity and depth, will create a windowless barrier to 7 out of 8 of the windows on the east side of our home. To put it in perspective, if we are able to request to build the exact same structure on our property, we would have windows less than 18 inches apart along the walls that are 17 meters in length and 10 meters in height, the size of a tower, an Olympic-sized pool. There's not a home in the area on the south side of the street that is this tall with a flat roof, asking for variances in depth that are 6 feet longer than the neighboring houses. It is with this in mind that we feel the height, depth, and size should not be granted. In speaking with the homeowners, it seems they did not do their due diligence with an architect before purchasing the home to understand the limitations of the property, such as the tree out front limiting the length of the property. I hope that I am able to exemplify the vast difference that will be experienced in our home as a result of this build. We hope that the Committee of Adjustment understands our concerns and how the proposed structure violates the rights, such as our home not being altered to become a windowless barrier. Thank you very much.
Okay, panel members, questions for the resident at all? No. All right, thank you. Now we go back to the applicant. The applicant gets up to 5 minutes to rebut the comments of the residents, strictly in relation to what the residents have said and nothing else. Go ahead to the applicant.
Could you please pull up my presentation material and also the drawings? You can show the drawings after this and the tall tree photo in the front. Okay, that's it. Thank you. as I mentioned, the reason we have the new house in the existing location at the front is this tree in the front yard. So we wanted to keep it alive. And I know this neighbor asked me to come to front and ask to cut the tree. I don't like to do this. I prefer to keep my house in the length 17 meter allowed, but in a little bit back in the existing location. I talked with the arborist. Also, arborist confirmed that we need to do this. As a result, we have more depth it is a variance, although it is not really longer than what we are allowed. Please go to the presentation material. Yeah, you can see in the neighborhood there is lots of houses with different depth. So usually the existing houses, old houses have shorter length and new houses have more. And this cause problem with the neighbors. I don't have actually a good solution for that other than I can just suggest to put a privacy screen and best I can do. Can you go to the page 2? Can you continue to presentation material to go to the page 2? I have done lots of research in the area to have more compatible and more similar to the house in the area. I got all information from research portal for previous committee approved variances. Could you please go to page 3 and then 4? Lots of houses you can see in the area, and I just sorted up some of them here. Do some comparison with our house to see the lots of houses with depth, even with more than us, around 20 meter. And also I emphasize to wall height and depth because it's two more challenging variants in here, especially when we have modern house. We have wall height is more than expected, but we already had 8.5 allowed. The other houses in the area, just take in your consideration that they allowed that 7.5 meter. Still they have heights around more than 9 meter. So it looks that our proposed house is very similar in size to the other houses in the neighborhood. I think I don't have any other comment. I just the best I can do is put privacy panels on both sides of the deck. That's it.
Okay. Panel, questions? Just bear with us, we may have a question. Still waiting? Thinking? Take your time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just Just a question for if the applicant could clarify. You just showed us the comparison of the immediate houses in terms of the building length, correct? And I'm looking at your comparison. If we can have it,
Depth,
yes.
yeah.
We are, I think the one that is closest is, where is it? 162 Glenforest Road, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, it is one of them, but the other one is closer.
Which one is the
Is
closest to you?
189.
180?
I'm not completely sure which one is
Well,
189
by numbers, sorry to
Glenforest Road.
interrupt you. By numbers, if we go by numbers, your location is 159, correct?
Okay, well, yes, I am 159, and the closest I
It's
found
162.
189.
Is it?
162 also is close, but the depth is not.
No,
Is it less than
162.
us? It's 18.21.
Yeah, I'm very specific on
Yeah.
this matter right now. I'm referring to the
Sure,
building depth,
sure.
and the closest house to you
Right.
is 162, not 189. Correct? Am I right or wrong?
Yes, I'm not completely actually sure about the distance. Very close together. In my, can you go to other page to see? Think we can get a direction.
Just
I think
for
I'm
your
good with the
back-
numbers. I already saw it for myself, so I'm fine with this.
I don't know,
With-
one of the
Okay.
residents was interested in coming forward to answer this question. Are you satisfied that you have the answer? Maybe you want to get a clarification from the resident? It's up to you. 'Cause
No,
we've
I
already
think-
heard the resident. If you
Yes.
understand it,
Yeah, I
we're
understood.
done. If
Yes.
you need help from the resident, we can ask her. Okay, you understand?
No,
It's
yes,
up to
I'm
you.
fine. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Okay. All right, so we've got the member has his answer. The other panel members have questions of the applicant? No. Okay, so let's go into committee. All right, thanks everyone. We're in committee now, and we need somebody to either discuss or motion. We have a discussion. Everybody that likes or dislikes this.
Happy to start the discussion, Mr. Chair. I have a concern with variance 1 on the building depth. I think this is a very small lot, and wedging it in, I understand there's a tree there and that's unfortunate, but I think as one of the residents mentioned, it was there when they purchased the property, so they should have been aware, or their designer should have been, that there could be limitations for the design of the house. I could see some small amount of building depth being permitted, but I don't think this amount is appropriate. And I also have a concern with the side yard of even at 0.3 on the east. I think it's the east. I have a concern that side yard setback out that low. I mean, 0.9 is what's required. And we regularly approve a variance from 1.8 to 1.5 or 1.5 to 1.2, but 0.3 is very, very narrow. So those are my concerns. I don't know if anyone else shares those. I'll
Yes.
stop talking.
I'd like to add into this conversation. I feel the same about the building depth, and obviously the comparison were there, but I was not satisfied with what was the immediate. But it's still, I think that amount, this number for that lot, I would consider it not appropriate. And the side yard, same. Absolutely.
I should have just added on to mine that my concern about that building depth is the impact that it would have on the adjacent neighbors. I think that,
Yes.
I think it would have an impact. You know, in another situation, it may have been approved elsewhere in the neighborhood, but it would be a different situation, different context, so.
Any comments, Ms. Sankar?
Yeah, I do understand, and I am feeling the same way in terms of impact to neighbors, but I'm also on the side of understanding the construct of what's happening with the tree in front and wondering if there was another way to have sensitively redeveloped this property. And I don't know if there's anything that could be suggested to sort of be done as an interim. And with a loss of words, and I'm not able to sort of sit there and plan that for them. I feel like they're stuck in a certain situation, but I feel that there could be an ability to do this differently. Should they, decide that there could be other options. I'm not sure, but just thinking along the same lines.
Okay, so why don't I go back to Ms. Casson? I think we've kicked it around. You have a motion? You're the first one to talk, so why don't you put it into a motion and we'll put that forward in one way or another.
Okay, Mr. Chair, through you, I am prepared to make a motion to just get the variances in front of me here. Sec. I'm torn because I don't have a problem with the floor space index as recommended by staff. Why do I always get these ones?
Do you want to pause it? Do you want me to throw it over to him?
Unless he's ready to.
Well, I mean, you're going. I think you have in mind something that's maybe. Well, either you put forward a motion, or I'll turn it to Mr. Fazeli if he's comfortable, or we can just give you a pause so you can think it through. Do you want? How do you want to do it, Mr. Fazeli? Do you want to bring a motion? You want to wait for Ms. Casson to think it through? How do you want to deal with it? Or maybe, why don't I go to you, because I'm going in the order of the way people spoke. So
Yes, no, the,
well, you're thinking about it.
yes.
I don't know that we're in the business of redesigning things here
Yes.
right now on the spot.
This is what I'm thinking to avoid too. Yes.
I'm not proposing to redesign. I would just propose to approve some variances and not others. That would be my.
Yes.
Maybe Ms. Sankar, do you have
Or
you
we
seem to have a clearer view on what you'd like to do? Do you want to put a motion on?
No, I want to give Ms. Casson a chance,
Okay.
Member Casson a chance.
Yes.
Okay.
If you just give her a minute, I'm sure she, let's not rush it.
Okay.
All right, I will attempt this and then may need some support from my colleagues about what I'm clarifying. I think I'll just go in the order of the variances. I think that's the easiest way to do. Propose a motion to not approve or refuse variance 1, approve variance 2, subject to the staff recommendation that the max FSI shall be 0.79. Variance 3, approve. Variance 4, approve. Variance 5, approve. Sorry? Oh, that's eliminated. Yes, thank you. That's what I needed the help with. Variance 6, we are talking as amended, that the front yard landscaping be amended. Is that the right one? Sorry? Front yard landscaping? Okay, sorry.
Is that an
Sorry, it's
approval
7 I'm talking about, I think.
What
right?
are you suggesting?
So
in 6
approve 6? Approve 7 as amended and recommended by staff from 53.63% to 60%. not approve or refuse variance 8. And I'm not sure about 9 because I believe 8 and 9 are somewhat linked together. Yeah, so I will say refuse variance 9. And, oh, sorry, there's one more, 10. I'm okay with approving variance 10. So that's my motion.
Okay, let's make sure staff have that.
And
Well,
it would be,
actually, you know what? We've got the motion, but it's like, let me just see if, because it's a complicated motion. What did you say about 10? You're approving that?
yes. And it's subject to forestry conditions 1 and 2 as well.
Are there any other conditions? What about so I think the applicant talked about privacy screens. Are they still needed now that you're refusing some of these? You removed?
Yeah, we're not allowing the projection, so
Yeah,
it shouldn't
doesn't
cause as
matter.
much of, no.
Okay. All right, so did staff understand what the motion is? Did all the panel members understand what the motion is? And before we even go forward with that motion, I just want to check if any, because it's complicated, I want to check if any of the panel members want to make a friendly amendment to the motion even before it's put forward, or any changes to it, or everybody understands it, in which case I'll seek a seconder.
I'll second this with the comment that I think, as Ms. Katzen explained, the numbers that we refer to in the matter of the context and the impact within the neighborhood, it wouldn't be appropriate. And the rest, I'm satisfied with all the changes.
So so here's what the motion is. It's to refuse 1, to now number 2, it's subject to the maximum square footage outlined in the staff report, right, which was 0.79. So it's approved subject to that limitation. Excluding
the basement, I suppose we should have put that qualifier in.
The wording is the same as in the staff report. For 3 is an approval, 4 is an approval, 5 has been eliminated, 6 is an approval, 7 is approval as amended, 8 is refused, 9 is refused, and 10 is approved as subject to the forestry, right? That's the motion, that's the seconder, just so people in attendance can understand it and staff, I think, have it clear. And unless there's anything else to say, let us go to a vote. All those in favor of the motion? Ms. Sankar, are you objecting to the motion? You're shaking your head. So the 3 have voted in favor of the.
No, I'm not in favor.
You're not in favor.
I did
You're
not
opposed.
put my hand up as opposed.
So that's why I was
I'm
asking.
opposed.
Yeah, I know you're. So you're opposed to this application in its entirety. Is that it?
No, I'm opposed to the motion that member
Opposed to the
Casson made.
motion, but we've got
Okay.
2 in favor, 1 opposed. I guess we don't really need to know why you're opposed, but you can say why you're opposed if you want.
No,
Okay.
it's okay. Thank
Okay,
you.
so we have 2 in favor, 1 opposed. I don't vote, and it's approved with the as amended, with certain refusals. So with three refusals, some conditions, and some approvals, as amended, subject to the planning staff requirements, which were identified in respect of 2 and which were already modified in respect of 7 and 8, and subject to forestry in respect of 10. So this motion by Ms. Casson is approved, which is a split on the approvals that were before us. All right, we're done. So let us now go to, thank you to everybody. Now let us go to 13. 13 is, I would like to take a break, but we don't have time for that because we're trying to boot along. So 13 is 26 Cosmic Drive. to construct a new dwelling. We have a number of letters of objection, at least 4. We have a staff report. We have proposed, we have a number of, I see 7 variances, including building length, the number of stories, number of platforms, proposed front porch. All right, so do we have an applicant here?
Yes, Ali Shakiri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
All right. And have you made any changes to your application? I see staff coming towards me. Are you coming towards me?
Yeah. Yes, there are some changes. And if I have the first page of my support material displayed, that makes it easier.
Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, first, yeah, there's some support material. If you could please display that, that would make it easier for me to explain the changes. So the first variance, we are reducing the building length from 17.89. Yes, that page A, if you zoom in, it's page A. The first variance is reduced from 17.98, the build 0.89, my apology, to 17.28. That's a reduction. And variance number 6, the coverage is reduced to 34.4%. Those are after recommendation of the planning department, and we're happy to adjust it accordingly. The plans, by the way, the plans before you have those changes made, so you are looking at the updated plans.
So I just wanted to advise everybody in respect of this application 13. We may have to take a break and go to item 15 at around 4 o'clock, only because we're going to have a problem with quorum if we don't deal with that. So we're going to proceed with item 13 now, unless item 14, unless item, it's item 15 where we're going to have an issue with quorum. If the people here are here for item 15, we're willing to hear you now. Otherwise.
Mr. Chair, we cannot hear an item before the time stated on the public notice.
Okay, so we will hear them at 4 o'clock. Let's go forward with this one. Hopefully we can get it done by then, but we may not. I'm just advising you because we need to try to hear everybody today. We may have to break, hear the other one because we're gonna have a quorum issue and come back to you. So go ahead with your presentation. You'll have 5 minutes.
Sure, if we go to the second page of my support material, that's basically the reason for the second variance that we're asking, 3-story, is the basement is like more than half of the basement is above grade, meaning that if we were to dig some 132 centimeters more on the basement, that variance would be eliminated. That I'm sure you've seen many of these variances recent months after that updated TLAB rulings on November 30th, 2022. And basically this house is a technical 3-story. It's not. That 3-story variance is not causing this building to be any taller than what the bylaw permits. As a matter of fact, in this case, we are about 2 feet shorter. That is reflected on the left side with the red circle. So the height of the building overall is lower than what the bylaw permits, which these days we don't see very many of these. Variances number 3, 4, and 5 are all results of the same variance because once the basement is considered the first story, then all the porches and the decks and balconies on the main floor, they're basically considered as being on the second floor, while it's quite normal to have that size of decks and balconies on the main floor of any building that is very, very similar to this. And I mentioned about the coverage, variance number 6 that we are reducing, and variance number 7, which is the requesting of a side yard, is only on one side, and that one side is in full support. The south side is in full support of the application. I'm glad that we do not have that side yard variance on the other side. If we turn pages on these support material, that's basically the evidence of us being in contact with the planning department. If you just turn a few pages to go to the comparables, I think page 8 of my support documents. That's a recent approval in the neighborhood. You see that there are like smaller side yards, longer length, larger coverage is approved by the committee. We did these as the case study in the neighborhood. These are all very, very close lots. Next page, and you can see some other precedents. Can you turn page to the next page? Yes, that's one similar sort of coverage, longer building. And you can, I'm sure you have a copy of this in your hand, so you can turn pages on all these support documents showing that we have done the case study, making sure that this is not any different than the other development in the area. Have no further comment. Happy to answer any question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Panel members, question for the applicant? All right, seeing none, let's go to our first resident. Do we have residents in person here in the room? Only online. Okay, so put the first resident forward. We've got time for about 2 residents, and then we may have to break on this one. So,
through you, Mr. Chair, we unmuted Melanie Buguruch.
all right, so please confirm your name and address. Hello? Do we have a resident online? I don't hear them. Are they there? Where are you, resident? Moderator unmute mode. I don't know. What's going on? You want to hear another resident? Let's go to another resident. We'll come back.
Hello.
To yes, hi. State your name and address, please.
It's me.
Who are you?
Okay. My name is Yaming Wu. I'm a resident in the 28 Cosmic Drive, just next door of the proposed derailing construction.
All right. You got 5 minutes. Do you have 5? Do you want to? Do you have more?
Okay. Anybody can help me to open the file of the plan?
Sorry, what did you say? Open the file.
No, I need the plan, the design plan to show the setback of the backyard, the front yard.
Do we have a design plan? I've never seen that. A site plan. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, just a site plan. That's correct. Yeah. This is the first pages of this plan. Okay. Anyway, so I know a lot of my neighbors has submitted the objection letters to the community. Because I'm just the next door of this proposed derailing, my concern is my privacy was seriously violated by the setback of the front yard and the backyard. You know, if you see their front line is nearly their front yard back setback is 10.75 meters, but you know my building is nearly 5 meters behind their building, their front line. That means, you know, if this building was built, my building will be overlooked. and on the shadow, my building, almost the front facade will be in the shadow by this building. This is for the front yard setback. I don't know why their setback is 5 meters shorter than my building. And it does not showing in the violation applications. Second, in their backyard, they are going to build a very big size of the deck in the second floor. You know, my backyard has a pool. If this deck is nearly 16 square meters was built, I think my backyard will be totally under the look from the deck. So I consider this in my privacy was seriously violated. Okay, so in regarding of all the variance, minor variance, I know a lot of my neighbors was object for the proposal of the 3-story instead of the permitted the 2nd floor, or 2 stories. For the 4, 5, and 7s, so I don't know how the community define the minor variance, because based on my understanding, all these numbers like. The permitted maximum area is 4 square meter, but the proposed is 12.36 square meter. And the proposed permitted maximum area of the platform at about 2nd story is 4 square meter, but proposed is 16.78 square meter, which is nearly 3 times and 4 times more than the permitted maximum area. So if it is a minor variance, but I don't know how to define the major or the minor variance from the community point of view. Okay, for the last variance, the required maximum side yard setback is 1.8 meter, but the promised the proposed the side yard setback is 1.22 meter, which is nearly 60 centimeters shorter than the by the minimums. So, you know, I just heard from one of the members of this community, if 1.8 reduced to 1.5 or 1.5 reduced to 1.2, probably it is, you know, acceptable. But directly from the 1.8 meters to 1.2 meters, it seems a major changes. So I would like the community, considering all this above I mentioned. And I know there's a lot of letters from my neighbors to object these proposals.
Okay, thank you. Do we have questions from the, any questions from our panel? All right, thank you to the resident. Let's hear from the next.
Sorry,
Oh, we got
could I just,
question.
one question for the resident. It appears there's a portion of your dwelling which extends, I don't know if that's your garage, extends out, so your front yard setback to the garage looks like it's much closer to the street than the rest of your house. Is that correct?
Yes, you're right. But that's garage. At the north side of my neighbors, there's also in the garage. But in the garage, is nobody living on the garage. It's a first story. It's a 1 story with the garage. You know, but for their building, the 26 Cosmic Drive is the 2nd stories, and is living people in the 2nd floor. So I mean, from my front side, the main living area was overlooked from this building. If it was designed and built in the future.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Let's hear from the next resident. We got another resident? Hello, can we have a resident?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we have Lawrence Haber on the speakerphone.
Okay, hello. Please state your name and address. You've got.
Thank you. Good afternoon to the committee. My name's Laurie Haber. My spouse and I are the joint owners of 2 Harlington, which is across the street from the subject property. You have my objections and submissions to this matter in my letter of July 24, and I trust you've read these, and I don't propose to repeat them. I do want to make and reinforce a few points regarding the 3rd story proposal in the application, which is in variance number 2. According to the notice of hearing, the committee is to be satisfied, among other things, that the variance requested is minor. A third story on a house is not minor by any measure. It defies common sense and logic. It defies the dictionary definition of minor as being a small change. There's no definition of minor in the relevant statute that I found. Summaries of the case law online just reinforce that something that is material, significant, and substantial is patently not minor. As my neighbors have or will tell you in their submissions, a third story in this neighborhood is unprecedented and will negatively impact the nature and character of the neighborhood. If the city wants to permit 3 stories in our neighborhood, it must do so through official plan amendment or bylaw amendment. Respectfully to the committee doesn't have the power or authority to effect a major change under its minor variance powers. As I noted in my submission letter, having cut down a large stand of mature trees on the subject property, apparently without any permission from the city to do so, the applicant does not come to the committee with clean hands, and on this basis alone should not be granted discretionary equitable relief. In any event, and in conclusion, discretionary relief in this matter should not be granted to provide a major variance under the guise that it is in any way minor. Thank you for hearing my submissions.
Thank you. Questions from panel members? Seeing none, let's go to the next resident.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I unmuted Melanie Bogoruch again.
Hello, can you please state your name and address? Now, if we don't hear from them, we're going to have to move on to the next resident. Let's get a resident up here, please. Got somebody else? That's the only other resident? Okay, let's go back to the applicant. Do you have anything to say to rebut the residents that you want to say? Applicant, hello? Hello, is the applicant there?
Oh,
Hi.
sorry, I just got on. I could hear you and I couldn't answer. Sorry about that. Yeah, the issue of the front yard, also, we're not asking for any front yard variance, obviously. And as Ms. Casson mentioned, that the same house, number 28, has even a smaller front yard. Mass is mass. No, I'm not sure what's the difference if somebody is living in it or not living in it. And let's say I'm quite not sure what the neighbor wants. Let's say if we push the house further back, that denies the light for their backyard. They should be thankful of us not doing it, let alone that doing so is going to generate additional variances because the length is measured from the minimum required front yard. The issue of the deck, as I mentioned, is no different than the rear decks on any other houses. On this particular one, because that main floor is considered the second story, that's why we have the variance. And the side yard, again, I wasn't sure how it impacts the neighbor on the 28 Cosmic because it's on the opposite side with the neighbor that is in full support of the application. I think I also heard that comment of 3-story from the other neighbor on 2 Harlington. Well, again, I mean, if I can, I mean, I don't know if I need to just display the same graph I submitted, the same that you displayed before. You can display it again if the staff could do that. It's a variance that we can remove along with 3 more variances by digging more than 4 feet deeper on the basement. Who would benefit from that? This is going to be additional cost to my client. That alone, that aside, it will not be. It will be very invasive to the nature. More material is going to be dug out. We don't know if we are going to be needing a sewer ejector or not needing a sewer ejector. There will be more steps, more hazard, and there's so many things that can go on and on. It's not even energy efficient because a big mass is created in the basement, and well, removing of that variance has absolutely no impact on the building mass because the house is basically going to be the same, and it could be, as I explained, even larger by another 59 centimeters. This house is shorter than what it is. If you, I mean, I don't recall, but if you see any other comment from the neighbor that has a planning merit, I'd appreciate you bring it out, and I will be more than happy to answer. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Ms. Casson has a question.
Through you, Mr. Chair, just a question regarding the neighbor's concern about privacy for their pool area. Is there something that could be done on the deck to improve that? The proposed deck on the rear?
But if you wish to impose a condition for a privacy screen, we'd be more than happy to accept it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions for the applicant? Seeing none, let's go into committee. Panel members, comments or motions? Ms. Casson.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if no one else wants to make a motion or have comments at this point, I'm happy to move a motion. I'm prepared to move a motion for approval to the application, to the variances as amended. That is that the oh, sorry, I don't have them in front of me.
Well, there was a modification to variance 1 and modification to variance
Yes.
6. Those were
So-
required by staff and accepted by the applicant.
Yes, so as amended, is that enough for staff, or do you want me to read them out? Sure. Variance number 1, that the building length be a maximum of 17.28 meters. And coverage is variance
34.4 on variance 6.
on variance 6, yes. The coverage be amended to a maximum of 34.4%.
All right, and the other,
No other?
no other changes.
Other
There
than,
other,
I would make it a condition of having privacy panels on the, I believe, the north and west
Okay.
sides of the rear deck, privacy panel to a height of 1.5 meters.
Okay, I'm going to ask for a seconder. We can debate it if we need to, but is there a seconder to that motion? Yes, okay, so I see a seconder, Ms. Sankar. All right, so it looked like everybody wanted to second that, so I'm thinking everybody is going to want to vote on it, but before we do that, if there's anything you need to say, let me know. Otherwise, I'm going to put it to a vote. Let us vote. All those in favor, and it is carried. All right, thank you to the applicant. Congratulations to the applicant. Thank you to the residents for your presentations. Let's move quickly to item number 15.
Mr. Chair, I'm just going to pause you for a quick second. I want to clarify that if in the rules of procedure, because we had a question about quorum, if the number falls below 3 due to a conflict, 2 is actually quorum.
Okay.
So if we have a member that needs to leave, they should leave now before hearing evidence.
You're saying if we have a member who has a conflict on that, right? Okay.
Well, actually, it's both.
Well, we have a member that has a conflict, so she should leave. We have a member that is not available.
Yeah. So if the member is not,
might be available. I
it
don't know.
depends. If
I'm
the
gonna ask
member,
the member who is not available if she would be available for this. Now, let me just see. This is to a 13-story mid-rise.
I think that everyone needs a break and you can come back to like 2
We're
folks
going to have a break. We
doing
can do
quorum.
2 because that's what the.
I'm thinking.
Okay, so let's do that.
Makes the most sense.
Let's take a 10-minute break. Thank you. And when we come back, there'll be 2 of us. Thank you, Ms. Sankar.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We're continuing on with our afternoon session, and just we're checking, are there any deferrals? First, before we proceed with item 15, which is next, I believe there is a deferral for item 16. Is that correct?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, we've been notified that there is a request for deferral from the agent owner for number 1666 MURELLEN.
For item 16, all right. So we're going to deal with the deferral. Let me just explain what item 16 is. So item 16 is a...
We'll text her.
I don't know what, but item number 16 is 66 MURELLEN CRESCENT to construct a new 2-unit garden suite. There's an existing detached dwelling to remain as it is. For this, we have a number of objections.
Correct. Okay, it's back on, darling. I'm gonna let you go.
Who's speaking? Because we should not be hearing that person yet. 1, 2, 3. We had 6 letters of objection. We've got 12 variances. We got a staff report, but we don't have to get into that yet. Because we have a request for a deferral. 12 variances include living accommodation, garden suite, rear yard setbacks, north yard setback, south yard setback, and so forth. All right, well, who's the applicant here? Let's get the applicant on the line if they're not here in person.
Hello.
Hi there. So you're the applicant's agent?
My name is Judy Sansalé.
Just state your name, state your address. All right. Hello?
Hello, my name is Judy Sansalé. I'm the architect. Oh.
Okay, so why are you asking for the deferral?
We were fine. We started our process for this garden suite in January, trying to talk to a planner. We generally got approval, general direction that you're doing great. It wasn't until we submitted, we submitted for committee that we spoke to who reviewed, the actual planner who reviewed it, at which point we understood his concerns. And in speaking with him, we think we can do some modifications to come closer to what they're looking for. In this time, we did speak to neighbors, but neighbors sort of got together and had complaints. We have, I think there's a bunch of neighbors who put complaints. So we understand. We did have an approach that we thought was reasonable, but we are willing to go back, modify, and come back to the committee with something generally smaller is what was the concern, and the driveway was the concern. So we would like that opportunity, and we think it'll benefit to all.
So you've spoken with the neighbors. We've got a number of people here. Are there residents here on this? Okay, so we got a lot of residents here. So they're asking for a deferral. We're not going to get into the substance of the matter if it's deferred until the deferral time. Does anybody object to a deferral? Deferral means it's not approved. It'll come back someday with changes. Is anybody in objection to having a deferral? Raise your hand if you're objecting to it. Is there anybody, do you understand what it is, or do you want to?
Mr. Chair, they have to come down because we are recording on YouTube.
So
everybody who comes here and wants to speak, they should give at least their name and address so we can record it for the record.
Let's see, he's asking a question. So come down and ask the question, and then we'll see, and then you can decide if you need to speak. But I've asked if anybody is objecting, and you have a question, right? So just state your name, state your address, ask your question, and then we'll take it from there.
The red button?
Okay.
My name is Michael Proud. I live at 64 MURELLEN Crescent.
Right.
My question is, what does a deferral mean?
Okay. So what a deferral means is we make no decision to approve today. The applicant takes their application off the table, goes and does whatever they think they need to
Adjusts
do.
it?
They adjust it, they reduce it, they talk to you, they talk to your neighbors, they try to get something that they think is going to be approved later, okay? They talk to planning staff about their changes, and then they bring it back. They hopefully bring it back in a form that people can agree to, or they may just bring it back. I mean, it's always possible that they can decide, well, we're never going to get approval, we'll just sell the property and move on.
Oh, okay.
Anything
Okay.
can happen, but typically it allows you to meet with them, to have discussions, for them to improve their proposal and to bring it back at another time. That's
Okay.
what it's,
Okay.
that's the purpose. But they're not going to get, if it's deferred, they're not going to get approval today. That's for sure.
So no approvals.
They will
today,
not
or
get approval
what's-
today if it's deferred.
Okay.
Are you
Thank
okay,
you.
are
Thank
you
you for
okay with the idea of deferral? In other words, you don't have to approve the deferral, but if you're objecting to the deferral, that's what I'm asking. If there's people objecting, then we're going to have to deal with that. But I take it you're not doing that. Is that right?
Sorry?
You're not objecting to the
No,
no.
no, if they're,
So, okay, we've got a number of residents. Everybody understands that. Nobody's objecting to the deferral. Do we have anybody on the line?
Yes, we do.
Is there anybody on the line who's objecting to a deferral? Just if you're objecting to the deferral. Okay, so unmute them. Let's do it. Unmute everybody. Can we mute them all at the same time, or do we have to unmute one at?
Only one person.
Okay, let's unmute the first person.
I unmuted Lidu Yang.
Okay. So can you state your name, please?
Yeah, my name is DIDRICKSON,
And where do you live?
61 MURELLEN Crescent.
All right. So do you understand what we're dealing with? The applicant has asked for a deferral. We're not dealing with the substance
I heard your
of it.
explanation to 64. I heard your explanation. I understood your explanation to 64 just now. Yes.
Okay, so what you've heard, you're not objecting to the idea of a deferral. That's not an approval, it's just for a deferral. Okay. Let's go on to the next resident. Oh, that's it? Oh, good. Okay, I thought we were dealing with dozens. All right. So we've heard from the residents, we've heard from the applicant. Do you have any questions?
Mr. Chair, we haven't heard from all the residents. We've heard from one resident.
No, they do not each
Okay.
have to come up. They have all.
I need to know, Mr. Chair, if we have them on record, because if they are going to, I need to know to be able to send them a public notice for the new hearing. They just come up, say their name and address, and say, I agree with the deferral or not.
They don't have to say they agree. They just say that they don't object to it. That's all. So everybody come up, state your name one at a time, and your address, and if you object to it, tell me.
Hi, my name is Howie. Hi, my name is Howie. I live at 60 MURELLEN Crescent. I do not object to the deferral.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Colleen Solar, 62 MURELLEN Crescent. I do not object to the deferral.
Thank you.
Eden Yang, 68 MURELLEN Crescent. I don't object to the deferral.
Thank you.
Donald Taruk, 64 MURELLEN Crescent. I do not object to the deferral.
Thank you.
My name is Shu Hong Li. It's 52 MURELLEN Crescent. I do not object to this part.
All right. Is there anybody else present on this matter? All right. So we've heard from all the people on the line. We've heard from all the people in the room. We've heard from the applicant's agent. Are there any questions of the panel members to any of the parties? So let us go into committee. And we have a request for a deferral. Do we have a motion for the deferral? I see Ms. Casson.
Mr. Chair, I'm ready to make a motion to defer this application to give the applicant time to work on their proposal and discuss it with staff and hopefully residents.
All right, thank you.
I'll second that.
Kelly, we have a seconder. All those in favor? And that's it. We have deferred the matter. Thank you to the residents for showing up and for being online, and to the applicant. And the matter is deferred. Please meet with one another. Try to resolve the matter if that's possible. All right? Thank you. So you don't have to stay around. We're done with this. It will come back another day, assuming the applicant still wants to bring it. Thank you for your attention today. All right, let's go to item 15. Item 15 is 66. Item 15. Let's see. No.
6150.
6150 Young Street. It's to permit revisions to the approved 13-story mid-rise mixed-use development and seek relief from the site-specific bylaw to increase the height, the number of units, gross floor area, reduce building setbacks, and vehicular parking rates. This was deferred from the hearing of June 20, 2024. But I think we have somebody who has a conflict.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, I have to declare a conflict with this application. One of the principals of Cerbera Group is my neighbor.
All right, so we've got one member recusing themselves, and we have two members, which in accordance to our rules is quorum. So we have before us an arborist report, 3 transportation reports, and we have 5 variants that include mixed-use building, gross floor area, number of dwelling units, the maximum heights, the minimum setbacks, and the proportion of parking spaces for the residents. All right. So we have nobody in opposition, but we may have somebody on the line who's the applicant. Do we? Applicant's agent on the line?
Yes, we do.
Yes, sir.
We have people opposed to this?
No.
No, just the applicant agent. Could you state your name?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. My name is Matthew Schuman. I am a solicitor at McCarthy Tetro LLP on for the applicant.
All right. And your address?
My address is 66 Wellington Street West, Suite 5300 in Toronto.
Thank you. Have there been any changes since the applicant presented their application last?
No, so there are no changes to the variances, sir, but we have an updated transportation memo from this month, July. Transportation staff have said they have no concerns. There is a new Metrolinx memo before you. Metrolinx has not raised any new concerns. And in terms of explaining the built form changes, which are variances 1 through 4, you will see there are 4 elevation comparisons that may be helpful. There is a presentation, happy to walk through it or to answer any questions.
Yeah, given the magnitude of the project and the fact that it was deferred, I mean, we don't need a full-blown presentation, but why don't you give a brief presentation, then there may be some questions from us just so that we understand. But in your presentation, maybe you could focus in on the difference between this application, the previous one, in the sense of why it was deferred and how you've met how you've satisfied the issues that were in relation to the deferral.
Sure, I'm happy to do that.
Okay, so that's our main issue, but why don't you go ahead and do your presentation, try to walk us through like what, given that the size of this and the fact that there's only 2 of us here, and the fact that there was a deferral, just do a brief and pointed presentation, and then maybe we'll ask some questions.
Sure. So actually, if I could ask staff to put up the elevation comparison. Really, these drawings are quite large, but they do show side by side what has been approved to date and outlined the changes to the built form, which include the changes to height, the changes to gross floor area, and the changes to unit count. And that really accounts for the first 4 variances before you today. So you will see this building is on the west side of Yonge Street. It faces Yonge Street. It is a U-shaped building. From Yonge Street, really, there is no change. The changes to this building are at the back where it steps down. If we could go to the next page, please. So you will see this is the north elevation, and on the right-hand side, outlined in red, is the approved, as approved to date, north side of the building. The committee wanted to clarify where these expansions were happening. So you can see on this north elevation, just outside that red line to the west, there are some additional units proposed, and the stepping down to the neighborhood has been simplified. So really there are 3 steps now instead of a number of steps. And the building has been squared off. If we could go to the next page, please. You will see from the south elevation, really there are not substantial changes. Again, on the right-hand side of the page, there are some terrace and amenity areas that have been filled in. And then you can see beyond it the north side of the building. And then if we can go to the next page, please. This is from the neighborhoods to the west of Yonge Street, looking back at this building. As you can see, there's not really a visible change to the massing because the building is not getting substantially taller. We've just simplified where those step downs are happening on the north side. So that red outline really hasn't changed, and most of the mass of the building is on Yonge Street. The last variance is a parking variance. The committee had requested that there be further discussions with staff, as staff had requested some additional rationale. Those discussions transpired, and as I mentioned, you have a transportation services memo before you, where staff have said they no longer have concerns.
All right. Do you have any questions, Mr. Fazeli? I think I'd better ask a question. So basically, you deferred it because the staff, the transportation, had an issue with the parking. They now have no issue with the parking. I'm not going to present myself as an expert on parking, but I know a fair bit about it. And basically, you're giving half the parking that would have, approximately half, like you've gone from 0.42 to 0.23. And you're doing that, tell me if I'm wrong, But you're doing that because you're on a transportation corridor, you're on Yonge Street, you're thinking there's going to be buses, there's going to be subways, and therefore you don't need as much, right? Is that why you're doing that?
In general, sir, that's correct. There is before you, in addition to the transportation memo, a letter from BA Group. This committee and City Council in zoning applications have approved similar parking rates in this area for comparable buildings. And yes, this building in particular is close to the planned new Steeles subway station at Yonge and Steeles, which will be located in the current location of the Centerpoint Mall. And this building is within an area that City Council has delineated as a proposed protected major transit station area. And I can tell you that Metrolinx has started to bid out the tunnel construction and the construction of the Steeles station, even though the construction is not underway yet.
Yeah. Has that been approved? Has what's the status of that? It's not being approved, has it?
The environmental assessments of the station and the Yonge Line extension have been approved, sir.
Oh, great. Okay. I'm just like I'm only gonna say this just so that, you know, if we're wrong, then if we're wrong and a lot of people need parking and they don't have it, people drive anyway, right? And what they're going to do is they're gonna find places to park, and they're gonna encroach on other people. They're gonna find parking spaces somewhere, and there can be problems if you don't have enough parking. But I'm not going to present myself as an expert compared to the expert that you've already gotten. So I'm willing to go into committee. Thank you for your presentation. All right,
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Fazeli,
Yes,
you've
through
got
you,
a
Mr. Chair.
motion or a comment?
Yes, I think this application has been deferred, and the Transportation Services report, they required to have extra like supporting documents submitted, and I believe the applicant provided that supporting document, and as we see on the transportation report, there are no objection for that.
Right.
So in my opinion, this application, after also the transportation report, I think it meets the four test, in my opinion. Therefore, I forward a motion to approve this
Okay.
application.
Okay, thank you. I'm willing to second it since there's only two of us.
Yeah.
And I'm willing to vote in favor too.
Yes, okay.
Okay, so congratulations to the applicant, it's approved. Okay, let's move on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're at 17. You know, I just wonder, I'm going to need water because I'm sort of at the bottom of my water. Let's move on to 17 anyway. 17 is 176 Princess Avenue. It's to permit an enlarged deck in the rear yard, cross-referenced previous minor variance application. There's previous decisions on this. There's really only one variance requested. Proposed rear deck projects from the rear wall, and hopefully we don't have a lot of people, and we don't. We only have the applicant's agent here. And they're on audio, right? They're here. Oh, great. Come up, please. Make sure your microphone is on. State your name and address.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, member of committee. My name is Hossein Iftikhari. I'm a resident at Richmond Hill, 319 Elmwood Avenue.
All right. Are there any changes since you put in this application?
No.
Okay. So just let me see if our esteemed panel members really need to hear from you. I'm looking at Ms. Casson, and I don't know if she does. I don't think she does. Maybe a question. Before we get going, you might have a question or two. We're trying to decide if we really need a full presentation.
I didn't see any photos as part of the, it's an existing deck, correct?
Yes.
But I didn't see any photos as part of the package. Were there some? Did I miss them? It's half to you and half to staff.
There is no pictures on the file, but there is the revised drawings on the file, and that's what exactly built.
So could you just explain what happened here? Did you got approval to build a house with a deck?
Yes.
And then what happened? It was built bigger than what was approved?
Yes, actually it's about 30 centimeter bigger, and I believe that it's not intentionally happened, and I believe this is considered as a human error at the site. So it doesn't bring us to my attention that so far, but unfortunately it comes at this time. So we need to look for relief of this variance, and I believe this is a minor variance, and there is no objections from any neighbors regarding this.
Staff, could you just pull up the plans? So, sir, could you just not point out, could you just explain where is the deck? Is it the white area that's shown on that plan?
It's
at the rear?
Yes, at the rear of the building. And if they bring up the basement plan, you can see a quiet,
That's what I thought.
more clear one. The area that it's hatched is first floor extension, and after that there is a concrete deck it's built.
So is it the area of the hatched, or is it the area beyond the hatched?
Beyond the hatch.
Okay, thank you.
So maybe I can ask, like, so what happened here? You made, it's about 6 inches you were off, you made it too close, is that the idea?
It's about a foot off.
Foot off?
Yes.
That was, why was that done? It was just an error, or was that what happened?
I believe so. I believe that's an error during the construction.
And you're the applicant, were you so you built this as well?
Yes.
I don't understand why I mean, there's nobody objecting to it, but I don't understand why you make these errors, right? Because you take the trouble, you go to the committee, you do all that, and then you have to come back to fix the error. You're not charging your client.
Unfortunately.
You can't charge the client for that. You made a 6 foot, okay. Anybody, Mr. Fazeli, any questions for do we want to go into committee on this? Okay, you can make a presentation, but we asked you questions. We're willing to go into committee without any further presentations. Are you okay with that, or do you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, let's go into committee. Any thoughts on this by anybody? Okay. Got Mr. Fazeli looks like he wants to bring a motion.
Sure, if my colleague you don't have any comments, I forward the motion to approve this application. I think the numbers, like what I see based on the variance, I think it would count quite well. Minor satisfies for test, so I'm okay with approval of this
Okay,
application.
so we've got a motion to approve. We have a seconder, Ms. Gasson. Ms. Gasson seconds it. Those in favor? I don't even know if I need to ask that because I don't need to vote
No.
if we're all in favor, but anyway, it's approved. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, let us go to item, I guess we've got to do item 19. 18? Oh, we did, what was that one? That was 80, that was, well, hang on a second. We just did, 17, 18. Okay, we're at 18. All right, so 18 is 86 Latimer. That's to construct a two-story dwelling. So we have numbered documents, including a forestry report. We have 4 variances dealing with proposed FSI, proposed main wall height, proposed south yard setback. Where is our applicant? There's nobody opposing this, but where is our applicant? Online.
Good afternoon, Ali Chokeri, 326 Shepherd Avenue East.
All right, thank you. Any changes since this was submitted?
No, sir. And I've seen the reports from Metro Links and Forestry, and we are agreeable to their condition.
Okay. All right, so we've got some conditions here. I turn to my right. I see not a lot of appetite for a presentation from you, Mr. Applicant's agent, which means I sense it could be your lucky day. Do you still want to make a presentation?
No, sir, nothing to add. Thank you.
All right, let's go into committee. I look to you, Mr. Fazeli, for a motion.
If there are no comments from the colleagues, I'm okay to forward the motion to approve the application. I think the variances are in nature minor and satisfies for test. And I would like to, subject to the condition from forestry, it's number 1.
Number 1. Was there a condition from the Metrolinx? I didn't think there was a condition. We don't care about that. All right. Ms. Gasson, are you seconding? Yes, you are. All those in favor? It is approved. Congratulations. Let us go to item...
Thanks so much.
You're welcome. Let's go to item 19, where we do have a neighbor here. All right. Number 19 is 24 Ealing Drive, proposal to construct a new dwelling. We've got an arborist report, a number of documents. We've got 4 variances: proposed building length, proposed building depth, side yard setback, and west side yard setback. All right, we've got an applicant. Are they on the line? Agent?
Yes, sir, I'm here. My name is Nicole Parr at 22 Blue Forest Drive, Toronto, Ontario, M3H4W2.
Thank you. Any changes to your application?
No changes. It is what it is.
We do have a neighbor, right? We have a neighbor who's waiting. So, yeah, apparently we've got a write-in candidate as a neighbor. So we will have to hear a brief presentation from the applicant up to their 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm presuming the neighbor is not here in favor of this. Is that right?
I presume so.
All right. So we will have to hear from you for up to 5 minutes. Go ahead, madam.
Sure, thank you. So my client at 24 Ealing is proposing to build a new house for his growing family. This is a very deep lot. And even though we are asking for more depth and length, the lot coverage is well below the zoning bylaw at roughly around 26%, showing that this lot can well accommodate something that is larger and deeper. We felt this could accommodate a little more room for us to design proper bedrooms for the client's family. There are no conditions tied to this lot, no memo from city staff. We believe we are in line with neighboring variances, and I can name a couple of neighborhood variances that have length and side yard variances approved by this committee or previous committees in the various years. We took special care to design the driveway so that both the neighboring tree and city trees would not be infected, and take care to design a house that would not adversely affect the neighborhood. And we asked for any questions. I believe it's pretty straightforward, but I'm welcome to hear the neighbor's concern and see how I can help address them.
Okay, do we have questions from our panel members?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a question. Perhaps the applicant could provide the comparison in the neighborhood, immediate neighborhood, for that building length, because you mentioned that there are, so I'd like to hear that, the examples.
Absolutely, I'd be very glad to. So we did a report from this City of Toronto website where they do 500 meters in a circle radius. So I think the most notable, which is my client's direct neighbor, is 24 Ealing, approved in 2015 at 19.51 length. 6 stubs approved in 2018 for 19.5 meters, and 86 Bannatyne approved in 2021 at 19.96 meters. And for the side yard setbacks, there are various approvals, 35 Devane, 23 Dulce. There's various. If you want me to go through that as well, I can do that. It's up to you.
Thank you. Thank you. What was the first address?
20 Ealing, 2015 approval at 19.51.
Okay, thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Casson, any questions? Okay, so that's it. You'll have a chance to rebut the neighbor if necessary. Can we put the neighbor on the line, please? Hello? Hello, neighbor.
Hello.
Hi, please state
Hello.
your name and your address.
Hi, my name is Arjun Somaskandan, and I live on 22 Ealing Drive. And I do have a couple of concerns that I wanted to ask questions about.
Go ahead.
And this was with regards to the variances. I know you want the sidewalk, lengthen the house, and that's great. But the issue is there has been a lot of flooding between 22 and 24, 20 all the time. And by extending it, I'm afraid that it'll start flooding into my house. And that is one of my biggest concerns that I would like answered. And then the other thing is, I know it's a house for a family, but building it higher will block my sun view, which I know you're not going to do anything about it, but that is the other concern. And also, I do have parents who are cancer patients who have kind of lived there, and the noise of the construction and stuff. And I would like you to address that as well, please, because we had 20 bill and we had a really big hard time with it. And this is just questions. I'm not preventing you from building it. I just wanted to address these. And my driveway with 20 Ealing is very close to each other, and cars are parked. And I just want to make sure that, we can live a normal life while they're constructing. Those are a few things that I'd like addressed.
Okay, so let's go back to the applicant's agent. If you could just please address some of the questions that were raised by the neighbor. Hello?
I'm muted.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
So I think the neighbor will be very happy to know that as part of a new building application, we have to go through what's called the grading process. In the grading process, we will make sure that all the water runoff will be directly drained into my client's property and into the city. There will be no possibility to have drainage go to the neighboring lots. That's unacceptable by the engineering department. And as such, this will mean that constructing this new building will actually help the neighbor, because if he's had flooding in the past from the previous and the original house, this new house will address all the drainage issues as it's a new house and it goes through the engineering department for approval. And in terms of the construction, I think that there are proper places and protocols and policies in line with the City of Toronto that outline the times, dates, and everything, noise, odors, hazardous materials, and everything that can be detrimental to the neighbors, and what's allowed to be and what's not. We will be submitting a proper demolition application, and should it be approved, it will be approved knowing that we're following safe practices and nothing that's detrimental to the neighbor. I don't have on my survey exactly where the neighbor's driveway is, or I think I do, but our driveway is actually on the other side, and we've taken great care to make our driveway not too wide so that it doesn't affect the other neighbor's tree. And we've taken great care to make sure we preserve the trees and the neighboring concerns. So I thank the neighbor for coming by, but I think that our application will actually help him, not hinder him.
All right, thanks to the applicant, to the resident. Let's go into committee. Do we have a motion or a comment? To turn to Mr. Fazeli, who I think wants to bring a motion.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the applicant provided sufficient amount of information to address the neighbors' concerns, and I was thinking about the building length, and she provided the comparison of the immediate neighborhood. So I think the application is satisfies Fortis, in my opinion. So therefore, I like to forward a motion to approve this application. Let me see if there are conditions. No, there are no conditions.
Ms. Casson seconding it? I see, yes, all in favor? And it is approved. Congratulations to the applicant. All
Thank you very much. I hope you guys have a nice evening. It's a long one today, but
I don't know.
Thank you.
Maybe we should take a break before 20 because I don't want to come back. I don't want to take a break after it. We got 3 left, but 20 has got a lot of people. Let's take a 5-minute break. Let's take a 5-minute break and catch our breath. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Are we recording? We ready? Okay. So we were at item 20. Let's deal with it. Item 20 is 16 Tudor Gate, Lot 2. It's to construct a new detached dwelling. We have 2 forestry reports. We have 4 letters of objection, a staff report, transportation report, 2 transportation reports. This deals with 6 variances, height of the building, lot coverage, height of the main walls, height of pedestrian entrance, and other things. We have applicant somewhere. Is the applicant here?
Yes, Mr.
Great.
Chair, right here.
Okay, so state your name and address.
My name is Addison Milne Price, planner here at Design Plan Services, located at 900 the East Mall, Suite 300, here on behalf of the owner.
All right. Any changes to your application?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to amend the application by removing variance 5, as it, which pertains to the front yard parking space. All of the other variances are remained unchanged.
Okay. All right. So go ahead. You'll have 5 minutes.
Absolutely. So this application in front of you proposes to construct a new detached dwelling on a vacant but newly created lot. Note that no public department or external agency of the city has any concerns with this proposal. I'd like to specifically point out the second transportation memo released by transportation staff yesterday, which confirms that they are satisfied with the amended proposal with variance 5 removed. With regard to the specific variances, variance 1 pertains to the overall height of the structure, and the variance is requesting 50 additional centimeters above what is permitted as of right. However, the reason for this variance is largely due to the unique grading of the property, and in actuality, this dwelling will not have any impact further than what is contemplated by the zoning bylaw. If staff could kindly bring up the front elevations onto the screen, I'd like to point out that for the vast majority of this dwelling, it will appear much shorter than the proposed 12 meters when measured from the finished grade to the top of the building. This discrepancy is caused by the grade increases from the left to the right side of the lot. There's nearly a 2-meter difference in the lowest grade to the highest grade on this property, and this is why the established grade is located below the ground for almost the entirety of this property. With regard to variance 2, lot coverage, the proposed coverage of 26.87% will be in keeping with the trend of recent developments in this area, as evidenced by some recent decisions by this committee, including 15 Tudor Gate approved at a lot coverage of 30%, 1 Tudor Gate approved at 35%, and 6 Wilkett Road approved at 27.7%. Now, please also note that the development is providing a significant amount of soft landscaping area above what is required by the zoning bylaw. On this lot, the required amount of soft landscaping equals out to about 832 square meters, and the proposal includes well over 1,100 square meters of soft landscaping, which indicates that this development will provide an abundance of amenity and green space, which is part of the character of this neighborhood. Now, variance 3 pertains to the front and rear main wall height, and the topographic property of the lot that I discussed previously is also the reason for this 3rd variance, as well as the 4th variance. In the same fashion as variance 1, you'll notice if you look at the elevations from any side that when measured from the ground to the top of the wall, the height of the main wall is much less than the maximum of 9 meters. The only portion of the dwelling where this is not true is near the area with the garage. Otherwise, the majority of the main walls will appear significantly lower than 9 meters. Furthermore, with respect to the pedestrian entrance, it's clear when you view the front elevation that the proposed height of 1.7 meters is a direct result of the established grade being located well below the ground. You'll notice that there are only 4 small steps to enter into the pedestrian entrance, and this will not look out of place in this neighborhood. Now, the last variance that I'm going to speak to is the front yard setback. And this variance is also a result of the unique lot shape, but in this case, it arises out of the curve in the street and the angle of the front lot line relative to the front main wall of the building. If staff could kindly put up the site plan, thank you. I want to point out to committee a dashed line that runs across the front yard of the house. This dashed line indicates 12 meters from the front lot line, which is the required front yard setback. Now, you'll note that the majority of this dwelling is located well beyond this 12 meters, and there's only a small portion of the dwelling that crosses this line. That's visible on the top right-hand corner of the lot. It is for this reason that planning staff have no concerns with this variance, but also recommended a condition that the committee tie any approval of this variance to the site plan. Now, this concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions from the committee members if they would like.
I just have a question on clarification, and maybe I'm missing something here. I know you're removing the front yard parking space. That was in accordance with what the city staff have recommended. They referenced it as variance number 8. You referenced it as variance number 5, I believe, and that's the way I've gotten it. Is there a typo there, or was it there? What's going on?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I believe that is an error in the report.
Okay. And so the front yard setback, you're okay with their other condition, front yard setback substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing, of course. You're okay.
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Other questions from panel members?
Sure. Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a question for the applicant in terms of the main pedestrian entrance. You did explain some information in that regard. Is there any other way you could have a different number for it, not 1.70? How would, and if you did, what changes you should have done for it, let's say? Because there are ways to, right?
Absolutely. Through you, Mr. Chair, to answer the committee member's question, the main way that you would accomplish this is by significantly digging down below into the grade and further disturbing the site. As you can see it's my view that the front elevation, when you're viewing it from the street, would not be out of place with the character of the neighborhood in any way.
Do you have similarity examples within your neighborhood with that similar numbers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I don't have any examples of similar pedestrian entrance heights, just due to the unique nature of that specific variance and due to the fact that it really arises out of the unique grading on this lot. But I would point out that 15 TUDOR gate was approved at a height of 12.1 meters in terms of overall height. And in my opinion, the height of a pedestrian entrance when there are only 4 steps to enter that residence will not have any impact further than the height of a 12.1 meter building.
I think just to clarify, it's essentially similar to other houses in the neighborhood, but it's essentially on a hill. It's on a mound, correct? That's why there's the height variance required for the main pedestrian entrance.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. The mound property of the subject property is essentially the reason for the overall height variance, the sidewall, main wall height variance, as well as the pedestrian height variance.
Okay.
All right. No more questions. So you can sit down now. We'll hear from the residents. You'll have a chance to rebut them. Let's go to any residents in the room. Are there residents in the room? One. Yes, please come up, state your name and address.
To you, Mr. Chair, we have Nathan Root and Susan Root, which will be presented by the lady on the podium. I just unmute them to confirm, and then she can talk.
Okay, so there are 2 people on the. So who are they?
They are online.
Nathan
Root and Susan Root. Yes.
Okay, so. And
I just need their name.
Consenting to have the lady who's at the podium speak for them. All right, so let's just confirm that.
Nathan Root, you're unmuted.
Yes, the lawyer will be presenting on our behalf.
Can you please just state your name and your address?
Nathan Roth, 18 Tudor Gate.
Thank you. And Susan is with you?
And she's not with me geographically.
She can confirm it too.
Where is she? She's coming. Do we need her? Is she here? Or is she not? What does he mean by somewhere else? Somewhere else with him or somewhere else he doesn't know?
No. Susan Root is online, but she keeps, please do not touch the mute button. Susan Root, you're unmuted. You can talk.
Yeah. Hi, Susan Roth, 18 Tudor Gate.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Did she agree to that? Doesn't need to speak. She's got a are you their lawyer?
I am, yes.
Okay. Well, she's got a lawyer. We don't need to get their confirmation. The lawyer can attest to that. I'm willing to take your word for it. State your name, state your address, and then you'll have 5 minutes.
My name is Rowan Barron. I'm a solicitor at Overland LLP, and the address is 5255 Yonge Street, Suite 1101.
Okay, go ahead, please.
So as you've heard, I'm here representing Susan and Nathan Roth, who are the registered owners of 18 Tudor Gate, which is located immediately east of the property in question. And on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Roth, I am requesting that the committee dismiss the application in its entirety, as the requested variances fail to meet the 4 tests set out in Section 45 of the Planning Act. Tudor Gate is a mature residential neighborhood characterized by large single detached houses on spacious lots with significant setbacks. Most, if not all, of the properties on the street respect the front yard setback requirement. Our main objection relates to variance number 6, which seeks to reduce the front yard setback from 12 meters to 7.57 meters, which is measured from the east side of the lot where it abuts my client's property. As the committee knows, variances are often sought for properties that physically cannot meet the one-size-fits-all type requirements set out in the zoning bylaw. This is not the case for the subject property. This is a very large lot. For context, the minimum lot frontage required for this site is 30 meters, and the actual lot frontage is 40 meters. The lot area for the site is 2,373 square meters, which is more than double the minimum requirement of 1,100 square meters per the zoning bylaw. With a lot of this size, there is no need for the requested variance to the front yard setback. For example, shifting the proposal to meet the front yard setback requirement would result in a rear yard that still exceeds the minimum rear yard setback requirement by about 4.45 meters, meaning the only impact to the proposed development would be a modestly reduced rear yard that is still more than large enough to accommodate the proposed in-ground pool, pool deck, outdoor seating area, pool cabana, and landscaping. On the flip side, compliance with the front yard setback would address the concerns of many residents and would reduce privacy and shadow impacts on adjacent properties such as my clients. Quite frankly, there is nothing in the application materials that justifies or provides a rationale for the significantly reduced front yard setback. This variance alone is not minor in nature and is not desirable or necessary for the appropriate development of the site. And further, policy 4.1.5 of the official plan directs that development in established neighborhoods such as this one shall respect and reinforce the existing character, including but not limited to prevailing setbacks from the street. A front yard setback of 7.57 meters does not meet this test. Policy 4.1.5 also directs that no changes will be made through the minor variance process that are out of keeping with the physical character of the neighborhood. I'd like to note for the committee that city planning staff described the proposed parking area as excessive, stating that it does not respect and reinforce the existing character of the neighborhood, does not meet the intent of the zoning bylaw, is inappropriate, and should therefore be refused. While the planning report was written prior to the applicant's resubmission, the only change reflected on the updated site plan is a connection between the 2 parking areas, which actually increases the overall size of the already excessive parking area. In my submission, the additional connection does not change the validity of city planning staff's comments or the fact that the parking areas fail to respect and reinforce the character of the neighborhood. I'd also like to address a concern about flooding, which is a well-documented issue for residents in the area. My client specifically has described their yard as akin to a wet sponge after any amount of rain, and the catch basins in the street regularly need to be cleaned out as a result of flooding. The concern is that the requested variance and overall design of the proposal will effectively limit the amount of permeable surface area on the site that can absorb rainfall. Insofar as the requested variances exacerbate the flooding issue, potentially causing damage to the foundations of both the proposed development and adjacent properties, they cannot be considered desirable or appropriate for the development of the land. In closing, as I am sure the committee is aware, Section 45 of the Planning Act no longer provides for third-party appeals of the committee's decision. With that being said, I respectfully ask that you dismiss the application in its entirety if you have any doubt that the variances fail to meet the applicable test under Section 45, as this is the only opportunity for residents to be heard. If the committee is prepared to approve the application today, I would alternatively request that variance 6 regarding the front yard setback be refused. And just lastly, I'd like to note that while I am here on behalf of Mr. and Mrs. Roth, our office has also been in contact with the owners of 23, 25, and 27 Tudor Gate, who have all confirmed that they too oppose the development. Thank you. Those are my submissions.
You can stay at the podium. There may be questions. Looking at the, just see here what we've got. I'll probably ask a question. Community planning report. Okay, so Mr. Fazeli, you got a question, or should I go into it? Okay. Yeah, I mean, the applicant will get a chance to rebut, but I mean, I'm looking at the staff report, and the staff report asked for the front yard parking space to be taken out. It was. So the only real issue that the planning staff had was that it be developed substantially in accordance with a site plan drawing, which is really a clean staff report. And I know you're saying that it doesn't meet the 4 tests, but we don't have that from staff. Now, I don't get a vote. My colleagues do. Unless they're split, I can break the tie. But I know I heard your arguments, but they appear to be contrary to the staff report. So if you could maybe explain to me, why do you disagree with the staff report?
I guess I could say from staff's perspective, understanding the curvature of the road and where the setback is measured from, that closest point, that 7.57 meters, is directly adjacent to my client's property, which will have an impact of shadow and privacy concerns because the house is going to extend far beyond where my client's house is currently located. And further, I understand that variance 5 with respect to parking was removed, but the way they have removed that was by essentially connecting the main driveway to the secondary driveway leading to the garage, which planning staff's comments relating to that being out of character with the neighborhood hasn't really changed because that parking area hasn't been reduced. It's actually been added to.
Okay. Any other, Ms. Casson, you're now...
Now I have a question. The narrowest part of this proposed house, is that the property line that's closest to your clients?
Yes.
That's what I thought. But they have a driveway there.
Yes.
Correct? It's not their backyard space or the main part of their house. So I'm just struggling with the impact.
Yeah, I mean, the driveway is there with the house behind, which is still going to overlap and, to my understanding, have impacts, especially with sunlight in the morning and late afternoon.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Good. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we have other residents. Any other residents in attendance? Not in person, online? Any other residents online? So before we take the next resident, I just want to explain as a matter of process, for any resident, you'll have your 5 minutes, but a lawyer has spoken, has raised planning issues. This is all about planning issues. And I would urge the residents, if you want to make the best use of your time, try to keep it short and try to point out those areas not otherwise raised, or to the extent that you agree with what the lawyer has said, just say, I agree with it, and move on to those areas of differentiation. Because as adjudicators, our panel will respond better to unique arguments, and because I'm sure they've already heard your lawyers or the lawyer of your neighbor's arguments. Okay? So go ahead, please. Next resident. And would you please state your name?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. Dr. Jose Nazarino. I live at 23 Tudor Gate, which is across the street from the proposed property.
All right, so you'll have 5 minutes. Please go ahead.
Sure. Thanks to you and the committee. I'll keep myself brief. It's been a long day. I agree with what the lawyer has said. I will add, Ms. Cassin was asking about specifically the front yard setback. That is my main opposition to this. Just like the applicant has mentioned, this is in a curved part of the street. And even to begin with, the number 16B already juts out, and putting it forward another 14 feet will make it jut out even more. It's quite unsightly for the street. And as the lawyer pointed out, it's really not necessary because this is a 12,000 square foot house. And I understand you might feel that it's not minor, but it is quite major, going from 12 meters to 7.5 meters. And as per the applicant's initial sort of drawing, this is a 220 foot deep lot. And so there is no real good reason why they cannot, instead of moving the house forward that 14 feet, if you decide to go ahead and approve this, I know the city has sort of signed off or made their recommendation. They could easily move their house 14 feet back, and they will still have a huge backyard. There's no. You ask what the impact would be, but I also say, what would the impact be by moving the house back 14 feet? There is no impact. It's still a massive 220 foot deep lot. So my request is to move it back. There's no good reason for them not to do it. And so, I guess that's my main point. And so in summary, I myself, I'm not opposing the proposal, but specifically with the front yard setback, they could easily modify the house or move it back and still achieve their 12,000 square foot house with pretty much no change whatsoever. Thank you so much, Mr. Chair, Ms. Cassin, and Mr. Fazeli.
Okay, thank you. Questions to the resident? Seeing none, let's hear from the next resident. Thank you. Hello, do we have a resident on the line?
To you, Mr. Chair, we also have Jenica Nazareno with the same household. Just want to confirm if she needs to add anything.
Well, they've had their time. We typically do one. Are you saying they have extra time left to talk?
2 minutes.
Oh, I see. Okay, yes, she has something that she wants to add to that. Does she? Hello?
Yeah, I think I basically echo my husband's argument. But I also just want to say, we built 23 Tudor Gate just 4 years ago. Similar size lot, similar size home. We did not require any variances. So we have trouble understanding the need for all the proposed variances at this time, considering the lot 16B is actually bigger than a. And I just want to add, even though they've removed variance 5, I'm still very concerned because from the newly proposed site plan, it looks like not only did they not reduce the large parking pad and the driveway, all they did is they made a connection that's going to be another large concrete pad connecting the parking pad to the existing driveway. So essentially, there's going to be even more hardscape and probably less softscape in the front. So again, this is really going to affect, you know, the existing lush tree line streetscape that we've come to love about Tudor Gate. It really is going to be lost. And thirdly, I just want to mention, I know this probably doesn't pertain to their proposal tonight, but we're extremely upset by all the trees that have been removed during the time of the demolition. And we're really concerned that more trees will be removed, you know, in the process of building this house. And I really hope that they are following the city bylaws with regard to that. But I'm really concerned that they're not. Okay, that's it. Thank you for listening.
All right, thank you. We have other residents. Let's hear from the next one, please. Hello. Resident, can we hear you?
To you, Mr. Chair, I have two people on the call that I do not recognize. If that's okay, I'm going to unmute Mohammad Qadaki.
Okay, well,
Please.
Also, so there are, we have a list of speakers.
Yes.
Agent for the neighbors, an area resident, and another.
From the list, Cynthia Go just confirmed that she's not going to talk. Okay. And we had Raj on the call, but he dropped off, right. So we need to connect with him again.
Okay, well, let's see if we can connect. What about, so did we have, so we had
and the rest already talked.
Addison at design plan. Are they here or what? That's for the applicant, are they? That's you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then Rowan Barron, but I think that's your, okay. All right, so we've heard from everybody except the people that you have somewhere who you don't know who they are. You want to check and see if they're here?
Yes. Mohammad Qadaki, we just unmute you. Can you please let us know which application are you here for?
Because if we're gonna waste time, then we won't, right? Like, we got a couple of seconds, and let's go on to the next person. Because people can attend, they might not be here today.
And we have another person. The phone number starts with 4167. If you speak, you're unmuted. I do not have your name.
Okay, so let's assume they don't need to speak. And at this stage, then we go back to the applicant who can provide a rebuttal or explanation, and we'll have up to 5 minutes. But it should address specifically those issues raised by the neighbors and their representatives, please. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Happy to address the comments of the neighbors. I'll address them sort of all together as a package because I feel the comments were essentially echoed by the residents of 23 Tudor Gate. So firstly, with regard to the front yard setback, as that was an item that was focused on quite heavily, I want to point out that there are actually some examples of similar front yard setbacks that were approved within a 500-meter radius, including 100 Bayview Ridge, approved at a front yard setback of 10 meters. There's also the example of 23 Misty Crescent, approved at a front yard setback of 5.68 meters. There is also 9 Oxbow Road, approved with a front yard setback of 5.22 meters. There are other examples, but it is not without precedent that front yard setbacks variances have been approved. What I would like to focus on, however, with regard to the front yard setback is not the specific number that you're approving or refusing, but the massing that the proposal is presenting in front of you. If the development were to be shifted back, as some of the neighbors have suggested. In my opinion, this would actually be a less desirable result for the subject property. The first reason is that it would increase the amount of driveway that's needed. Of course, we have to connect the streets to the garage, and so the amount of hardscaping would be increased. Furthermore, the trees at the rear of the property would likely be impacted. Urban Forestry did issue a memo, although they are not in objection to the proposal. They commented that there are many trees that are being removed as part of this application. And shifting the house back would further destroy the trees on this property. Despite Urban Forestry's lack of objection, I think the best option for this property is the one that has the fewest amount of impact to trees. I'd like to also point out another option to develop this proposal without the front yard setback is not to shift the proposal backwards, but instead to shift the proposal forwards and align the proposal exactly with the 12-meter front yard setback line that I pointed out to you during my presentation. I want to point out that that would also result in more massing closer to the street, and all of these impacts that the neighbors are concerned with would be exacerbated. Now, with respect to the concerns of flooding, I just want to quickly point out that this application will be required to go through the building permit process, wherein any flooding concerns will need to be addressed. No running water or excess water will be permitted to flow onto neighboring yards. The grading must be done in a manner that only results in water going to the property or to the city's sewer drain network. Now, with regard to concerns of shadowing on the property, something else I want to point out is that there are a significant amount of trees, many of them on the border of 16 Tudor and 18 Tudor Gate. And in my opinion, not only will these trees screen the property, they will essentially provide a greater shadow impact than the proposed dwelling will have. Lastly, I want to point something out with regard to lot coverage. The lot coverage variance that we are asking for is in some sense a technical variance. I'll point out that as per the site stats that are on the site plan, the overall proposal, including the building envelope of the house and the cabana, is actually less than 25%. The reason we're asking for a variance is due to a technical interaction of the bylaw. Lot coverage typically only pertains to massing that is above grade. However, there are some exemptions in the bylaw that result in you being able to exclude certain items from the lot coverage. These include decks and porches, regardless of whether these items are covered or not. However, if there is a basement underneath that covered porch or deck, despite this basement not having any further impact on massing, that basement portion is included in the lot coverage. And you can see this pointed out for you in the basement floor plans of the proposal. The area is shaded gray on the rear and front porch, and that indicates where there is a portion of the building below grade that is included in the lot coverage. And in my view, this proposal represents... Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll just wrap up that in my view, this proposal represents the most desirable option for redevelopment on this property with the intent of the zoning bylaw being met.
All right. Questions?
Question. You said that the if you were to meet the 12-meter setback, it would create a larger mass on the street presence. Can you explain that? Because I assume you're talking about tilting the building somehow?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that is correct. If we were to comply with the 12-meter front yard setback, that would result in a building that would not be a rectangle, but would instead be some sort of trapezoid or parallelogram type shape. And in my view, it is most desirable to develop rectangular buildings, although in some instances there may be a small protrusion of a corner of the building into the required front yard setback.
Which is what you're proposing.
That is correct.
Okay. Do we have the, question to staff, do we have the revised driveway plan, site plan with the revised driveway? I think I saw it, but now I can't remember.
Maybe I could ask the applicant. So you've got the drawing that I see shows two driveways. There's one, I don't know if it's east or west. If you're facing the house, there was a driveway on the right and a driveway on the left. What's happened to the driveway on the right?
Mr. Chair, the driveways have been connected to form a circular driveway, and as such, because both driveways lead to the garage, there is not a front yard parking space on the property as per the zoning bylaw definition.
I see. So the driveway on the left has been changed. Is that the way, that's what you did? Okay. More questions from the...
I guess I'm going to follow up with a question on the driveway too. I'm not sure if it was which person mentioned it, whether it was Ms. Barron or someone else, but the driveway, the resulting driveway width of the connected circular driveway, it's not exactly a circular driveway, more like a U-shaped driveway, but it's still very large, like very extensive. And when you look at other houses in the neighborhood, yes, they have wide driveways, but only one driveway. They're not, there may be some circular driveways. I was scanning the street, but the impact of that driveway is pretty substantial. Did you ever give any consideration to reducing that, given that it's now a circular driveway, so you don't need, you've got the area in front of the garage. Do you need such a large pad in front of the house?
What I can say through you, Mr. Chair, is that the front yard soft landscaping requirement is more than met. I'll also point out that there are actually quite a large amount of U-shaped driveways in this property. I'll just point out, just on a quick review, I found 3 TUDOR gate, 9 TUDOR gate, 15 TUDOR gate, 23 TUDOR gate, one of the neighbors that spoke, as well as 27 TUDOR gate and 29 TUDOR gates. In my view, if you were to select a random house on this in this neighborhood, you would more than likely find a U-shaped driveway.
Any more questions? Fazali? Okay. I can wait if you think you might have. Is this Don Mills? I think this is Don Mills. Is this in Don Mills?
No, sir, not.
I love Don Mills. I grew up in Don Mills. Anyway, thank you. We don't have any more questions. We're going to go into committee. I think I've been on this street. I'm pretty sure I've been on this street. I think I used to have friends that lived on this street. You want to talk about this?
I can start talking about it, and my colleague
Sure.
can join
You're
in.
the expert. You talk.
I struggle with this because I can hear what the residents are saying, and when I look at the street, it's characterized by large houses, large lots, but set back from the street. So from that perspective, this is going to interrupt that pattern. It's only a small portion of the house, I guess. So in that regard, is it minor? The majority of the house is setback, according to the setback. I don't love the driveway, but I hear the applicant saying they're meeting the soft landscaping requirements. There's no variances for that. I think those are my biggest, the front yard setback, I think, is my biggest concern.
Look, I'm not going to get a vote unless you two are tied. It's, like I look at that street and there's like some monster homes there, as there should be. I mean, if there ever should be monster homes in the city, it should be around there. I've seen houses that have, on streets where the way this lot is, you got to do something. What they're doing is they're coming up close. But, I mean, I struggle with it because it's not, I mean, they're gonna put a lot of money into this and they're gonna make a beautiful house. And it's gonna enhance the value, but it's not necessarily exactly what people want because the way it's gonna look on the street. But I can't quite tell how bad it's gonna be. So I don't wanna influence you too much, it's just sharing some of my thoughts.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think it's the front yard setback, it's like a small portion of it, but at the same time, the pattern, there is something that, I agree with that. The pattern is, they're like back, but I think this is something that is new, I would say.
And I think particularly in this part of Tudor Gate, you know, it's not characteristic. I think the applicant gave us some examples of other sites where the front yard setback's been reduced, but looking at the map, you know, other than the corner lot, I guess, at Wilkett and Tudor Gate, otherwise, all the houses are set back from the property, or from the street, to almost the same extent. I assume they're meeting the 12-meter setback. So it's whether we consider that small part of the property or house, proposed house.
We're talking about the front yard setback?
Yes.
Let me just see here what the.
I mean, if you look at the location map, you can see that all the
Front yard
houses,
setback is 12 meters and they're at 7.57. I see, right, which is.
It is a small portion, however,
Which
it
is
is
a
there.
lot of feet, that's like
Right.
10 feet kind of thing.
Still, regardless.
and some of them might even be further back, you know, it's hard to say.
Or more than 10 feet, that's, yeah, so that's 3.5 meters, which is more, yeah.
But then I will also add
It's over 4, exactly, it's 4.5 meters, right.
that community planning doesn't seem to have a concern with it other than tying it to the site plan, so they couldn't get a house 7.5 meters back across the whole frontage, right?
Yeah. But like.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe this is one, I don't know if anybody drove out there, but like it's hard to tell from the drawings I find here how bad this is gonna be.
I wasn't able to visit it, but I did street view it, so I sort of
Yeah, I did too, but it's
drove
hard to
down the
tell
street.
from, oh, you did? Okay.
I mean, drove down the street with my phone, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah, I looked at this on the Google Maps, right, to try to match it up. I can see, like, I've seen houses on, like, you know, sometimes you get an irregular lot and somebody will build an irregular shape house to accommodate that, and that it fits in from the front. Now, the question is how is this gonna fit in? And like, I mean, I've seen you do this, so I don't need to tell you. You can modify the application, right? Like, you don't have to give them the full 7.57 if you think, but then it just makes it kind of a mess for them to redo it.
I think regardless of what we decide, this house is going to be different looking because of the grading of the property. And it's going to be, it will look different than the other houses because they're all pretty close to even grade with the street. They don't have very many steps up to the property, to the front door. So it's going to look different regardless.
Well, where are others on the street? Because I know, like, I mean, planning staff usually don't like front yard setbacks that are different. They like the streetscape to all be sort of uniform. It's hard when the street has sort of like curves the way this one does, but how, like, we're talking about it being 7.5 instead of 12, but what are the others on the street? Are they all 12?
I don't know. I think we have to look at this planning staff report, which says
Yeah, I mean, the planning staff report was positive, right?
Yes,
So,
they don't have an objection. They believe
Yeah.
it is consistent with the existing pattern of development within the neighborhood and minor in nature. And I think it's difficult, and I hear what the residents are saying, but I think that in this case, the portion of the building that is intercepting that line, I think it is minor.
yeah. It's, so you see, if we make this, we allow them to go so close, then are we setting a precedent on that street? And then does it mess everybody up? Well, certainly everybody who comes, and there are going to be applications on that street. They're all going to be, and this is like a little enclave, so everybody's going to be up in arms.
But if it's tied to the site plan, it's
Yeah.
a site-specific decision made.
Yeah, okay.
I think, yeah, we discussed, I think it's a good discussion we had, but I mean, at the same time, when we are looking at it, when we are in such situation, leaning towards like, okay, what's the majority part? The majority part would comply with the zoning by law of the front yard setback. It's just a small part. So this is, I think, yes.
It's hard for us to get in the way of planning staff. Planning staff didn't really, they had some, I think they looked at it pretty carefully. They had a lawyer on the resident side. Planning staff did raise issues. I don't know, it's hard for us to, I'm not making a decision, but it's hard for us to get too far ahead of planning staff.
And the fact that transportation services didn't seem to have an issue. I mean, it's meeting the bylaw requirements for driveway widths, and even though I think it's excessive,
It's not the most fantastical application, but then the question is it, like, you look at that lot, and it's sort of a weird type of lot. Is that what it should be on that lot? Maybe it should. I don't know. Anyway, I don't get it. I'm just trying to
If there are no comments, I think I'll make a motion through you, Mr. Chair. I think, yes, I've heard, we discussed about this matter of the front yard setback. Given the planning report explains in terms of like a majority part of the front yard, it complies with the bylaw. So in that matter, I think I'm satisfied. Also, the applicant eliminated variance number 5. So for that reason, I think I'm okay with the application. So I'd like to forward a motion to approve this application as amended. The changes are variance number 5 has been eliminated, and I believe we have there's no transportation objection, and I like to tie it with the front yard setback be developed substantially in accordance with the site plan drawing attached to the staff report. And that's it. Is there forestry? I believe number 2.
So the forestry, your motion is to approve subject to forestry, subject to the modification, including removal of the variance 5, and tying it to
Yes.
the
And
site plan.
yes,
as-
and
as
to provide information about for the neighbors, I totally understand. But my understanding is that since the majority part of it complies with the small portion, so and there was no concern. So I think it's good to acknowledge this. I recognize the concern. However, this is my rationale behind it.
Yeah, okay.
Through you, Mr. Chair, are you tying it to the site plan in the community planning report or the revised site plan?
The site plan drawing attached to this report, what does that mean?
That's the old driveway
driveway, right?
configuration. So there is a revised site plan if that's what
So we
you want.
tie it to the revised.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so we got a motion, and the question is it seconded? And it is seconded. All right, so all those in favor, and it's approved. All right, congratulations to the applicant. Thank you for the helpful comments from the residents and their counsel. And let's move on to the next one, which is item number 21. Item number 21 is 22 TANGMERE Road. It's to extend existing porch. There was a previous decision. The maximum permitted lot coverage is 25%, and the proposed is greater than that. Do we have an applicant, agent of the applicant on audio? Can we put them forward?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. This is Abdul Wase.
All right, and where's your address?
So it's 6 Pond Street, McRae's Inc., Mississauga, and I'm the authorized agent for the homeowners.
Okay, so have you made any changes to this application?
All right, Mr. Chair. So there is a clerical error in the application. The proposed lot coverage is supposed to be 34.43. So this is because we have included the existing lower deck in the calculation. This change was sent to the Committee of Adjustment on June the 18th. However, I believe 10 days back, Jenny from the Committee of Adjustment reached out to us, and by mistakenly we sent her the wrong application form. However, the original, if you see the drawings that are on file, which has the site plan and the coverages noted, the coverages are 34.43%. So there's a small clerical error here. However, the proposal today before the committee is for a porch, an enclosed porch. So the porch only covers 1.82% of the lot, for which the variance is actually being applied for and building permits have been applied for. So the only changes in numbers is because of a low deck, which is about 1 feet 3 inches in height in the rear yard, you could say, which cumulatively gives the variance of 34.43%.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the applicant's looking to increase the variance, they will need to defer.
All right, so pardon?
But this is a mistake on the city staff's part where
We need to give
they didn't
public
look into all the
notice,
drawings.
and so if it's a worst case variance, we need to provide the public notice for that. So we would need to send out new
So the
notices.
city staff made a mistake? The city staff made a, so we're gonna
It doesn't,
defer it?
unfortunately.
Okay, so the applicant's agent, you've heard what the staff have said, that we gotta get the notice right. I know you don't wanna defer it, but we're gonna end up deferring it anyway, so do you wanna just do it by consent, or do you want us to just impose it on you?
No, that's completely fine deferring it, but I would kindly ask the committee to waive off any, deferral fees, because this was a clerical error, and all drawings and everything have been submitted to by us on June the 18th. So it wouldn't be fair enough to be charged for this deferral.
I'm told by staff there is no fee, right? There is no fee, so it is waived
Okay.
de facto. So.
Okay, wonderful.
All right.
And
So
yeah,
you're not
because
you're,
it
you're
has to be
basically, you're
correct.
not objecting to a deferral, right? Because you don't need to, you're not trying to make an application here, because we're gonna end up deferring it anyway, right? So you're okay with us proceeding as we're telling you we're going to, just to save time and aggravation. There's no point in you making a presentation. Unless you're here, you can make the presentation. It's gonna be turned down because we've already.
No, I understand.
Okay, so can we go into committee? Let's go into committee, make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy to make a motion for deferral to ensure that this application has the proper notice, that it's amended accordingly, and proper notice is given.
All right.
I second that motion.
Okay, so all those in favor of the motion to defer, thank you. Thank you to the applicant. We apologize on behalf of whoever made that error, and we'll look forward to receiving it once it's properly processed through proper notice. All right, so let's go on.
Thank you very
to the
much.
next
Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, so the next one before us is our final one of the day, which is 71 Laurentide, which has got to be in Don Mills, because I recognize that. It's to construct a new detached dwelling. It's got a letter of objection, a staff report. It's got 4 variances: proposed rear yard setback, lot coverage, driveway, and so forth. Planning staff recommended Committee of Adjustment approve it with modifications. So let's hear from the applicant's agent, if they're on the line. Are they here?
Greetings, Chair and committee members. My name is Lou Parente of Napa Design, 47 Loweswater Avenue. I'm the agent designer representing the owners of 71 Laurentide.
Okay.
Just to make it brief, for the past few weeks, I've been working closely
hang on,
with
hang on.
Spence.
I know what you're going to say, but let's just home in on the changes. Right?
Okay.
Why don't you tell us
All
what
right.
changes you made so that we can get this right, please?
Yeah, basically the changes are, we originally had it at 2.78 meters, and again, working with planning, they suggested we revise it, and we did to 5.52. The original submission for the maximum coverage was 35.43%, which we revised to 33.21%, which was under what was acceptable by planning. We reduced the maximum driveway width to 9.6 from 9.65 meters to 5.84 meters. Again, in keeping with correspondence with planning. The side yard setbacks were adjusted, and the minimum side yard soft landscaping requirements were all revised to comply with planning's recommendation.
Pardon me? Do you have a question here, Mr. Fazeli? Yeah, so are all those, like, I think that, like, I've been looking at the planning staff recommendation. It looks like they are compliant with the planning staff. Proposed rear yard setback is 5.52, which is variance 1. Variance 2 is 33.21, so they've just met that. Should modifications not be made as recommended, they be refused. In addition to the above modifications, following variances being removed. So you already removed these, right? The previous variance number 3 and variance number 4 for proposed side yard landscaping. So we're only dealing with we're dealing with what's the one, which is now compliant with the recommendation, 2, which is compliant. The driveway is reduced to 5.84. But what is 5.84? Is that the what did staff say there? I don't know. Was there somebody? Yeah, but the only thing we're most concerned about these changes, right? So corner lot. Okay. Well, why don't you go ahead and just, we don't need a big presentation from you, but we need some presentation because we've got residents here, and I think we understand what, maybe you can try to, like, I think we understand at least with 1 and 2 how they've been changed. Maybe you could key in on the other ones that have been changed. And go ahead, you got your 5 minutes. So
To you, Mr. Chair, we probably have a connection issue. We need to pause for a few seconds. Just make sure that we are on.
So what do you mean? You ran the time, poor connection. So we do have 2. We have 1 or 2 residents. What do we have? 1 resident by audio. Okay. So let me know when we can. We'll finish.
So he more than complies. So he should be removing rainforest. So that's the reason. So let's ask.
I think they have, but let's confirm. Because I think the soft landscaping, I think he removed those, but let's just. He's not there, right? We lost him? Over to staff, do we have anybody there? We have nothing.